Chapter 775. Wei Yong saw that there were two other prisoners in the other cell who were curiously sizing them up. He lowered his voice and said, "Erlang, you really can't blame us brothers for this. We've been running around for a long time and finally arrived at Fangzhou. Everyone can finally catch their breath. We just wanted to walk around the streets, so there's nothing wrong with that. Who would have thought that the damn locals would bully strangers? As soon as they heard our foreign accent, hey. You took his things and only glanced at them. Even if you didn't want to buy it, you couldn't. Moreover, that damn scrap metal can be sold for gold. You didn't want it, so he beat you up. Do you think we brothers can bear this?" Yang Fan frowned. He really didn't want to blame them for this matter. With the arrogance of Bai Qi, now that they were in this small place, they had to bow their heads to a few ruffians in the streets. It was impossible. Yang Fan didn't need to ask to know what had happened between them. It wasn't like Yang Fan hadn't seen these ruffians' shameless faces when he was working as a shopkeeper. This time, Yang Fan wanted them by name to create an opportunity to pull his former comrades to his side. If he reprimanded them for a few ruffians now, it would inevitably cause them to resent him. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Besides, there was no point in making them admit their mistakes. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave. At this time, the two prisoners carefully observed them for a while. They felt that these strong men didn't have a ferocious aura, so they became more courageous. One of them shouted, "Hey, newcomers, what did you do?" Wei Yong glanced at them, but didn't say anything. But Yang Fan's heart moved. Looking at them, there were old prisoners who had been locked up here for a long time. They must know a bit about the local situation. Yang Fan said, "My brothers were a bit rash and got into a conflict with a few locals. They injured a few ruffians who tried to blackmail us. In the end, they were locked up here by the constables without any reason." The two old prisoners looked at each other. One of them said, "Among the ruffians who blackmailed you, is there a man called Chao Manzi?" Zhang Shitong said curiously, "That's right, the guy whose ribs were broken by me is called Chao Man. Could it be that you know him?" When the two old criminals heard this, they immediately shook their heads and clicked their tongues. One of them said, "Then the few of you are finished. Just stay here and accompany us, brothers." "What do you mean?" Yang Fan asked. One of the old convicts sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, the two of us were originally merchants from Lingnan. When we passed through this place, we were extorted by these people. In a moment of anger, we started to fight. Speaking of which, it was the two of us who suffered a loss. In the end, we were still captured. We've been locked up for more than a year now. We don't even know when we'll be released." Yang Fan was greatly alarmed. Those ruffians in the streets are just picking a quarrel and stirring up trouble. How could they have such ability to imprison you for such a long time? The old prisoner forced a smile and said, "What can we do? That ruffian Chao Man's sister is married to our county's supervisor, Lin Air, and Lin Air's sister is the fourth wife of our county's magistrate, He Haijiao. With all these layers of connections between them, us lowly commoners sigh." Zhang Qi said angrily, "Outrageous. Just because of this small matter, they detained you for such a long time. Is there no law in Fangling County?" The old prisoner said, "Law? The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Who knows what happened here? Young man, don't look at how there are many officials under the emperor's rule. This kind of lawless people and lawless things are actually fewer. It just so happens that everywhere in the prefectures and counties, which one doesn't have lawless people? Sigh. Originally, the two of us would only be able to return to our hometown after a few years. Even now, our families still don't know that we've been imprisoned here." The taciturn prisoner said angrily, "When we were locked up, our money and goods were confiscated. I originally thought that since they had vented their anger and gotten their money, they would let us go. Who knew that we wouldn't be able to get out of this prison? Maybe those heartless people have already forgotten about our existence." Yang Fan frowned when he heard this. This was a bit troublesome. He originally thought that since no one died, as long as the people on the outside moved a bit, handed over some money, and bribed them, they would be able to turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Now it seemed that these black-hearted local tyrants wanted both money and lives. Not to mention that they didn't bring a large sum of money with them this time. Even if they did, using such a large sum of money to bribe those corrupt officials. Even though they were greedy, they weren't stupid. How could they not notice something fishy? The two prisoners had a few new companions who were in the same boat, so they became more interested in talking. The talkative prisoner said, the local county magistrate, He Haijiao, was originally a steward of the hot spring soup in the capital. Hearing this, Yang Fan was secretly surprised. So this county magistrate, he was my predecessor. The prisoner said again, you don't know what kind of position this hot spring soup steward is, right? That's where the hot springs and fruits and vegetables are managed for the royal family. Before the Empress Dowager ascended the throne, auspicious signs frequently appeared all over the world. The hot spring soup steward is also a blessed place. Unexpectedly, it also produced auspicious signs. Among the golden peaches that were planted on the mountain, there were two strange fruits. One of the fruits had a natural one character on it, and the other had a sway character on it. When put together, it means long live the emperor. He Haijiao presented these two peaches to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed and let him be the next county magistrate. The quiet prisoner immediately said, so, our Fangling County has one more scourge. When Yang Fan was in Luoyang, he had personally experienced all kinds of chaos before and after Wu Zetian ascended the throne. At that time, offering auspicious signs was popular throughout the country. One of the most absurd things was that a doctor named Zhu Qinyi wrote a letter to Wu Zetian, saying that he dreamed that the Empress Dowager became the emperor and ruled the world for 800 years. Such a preposterous fart made him promoted from a doctor to a gleaner. Who would have thought that this county magistrate, he was also promoted by offering auspicious signs. Yang Fan didn't believe in auspicious signs, but he couldn't understand why there were words on the peaches. Perhaps it was like an illusion. There was some trick to it. While Yang Fan was talking to the two old prisoners, Tian Yin kept looking around. At this time, he raised his head and stared at the vent of the upper cell. He suddenly shouted, who said we can't leave? How about we get out of here? Hearing this, everyone turned around and saw him pointing excitedly at the vent on the top of the cell. In this small county, the construction of the prison was not up to standard. The vent was wide enough for people to crawl through, but the vent was right in the middle of the top of the cell, about 3 to 4 feet from the ground. No one could jump up, and there was no place to climb. But what kind of people were locked up in this cell? The few of them changed their minds and quickly thought of a solution. They cried out involuntarily, that's right, that's a good idea. Although the vent was high, if the few of them stacked on top of each other, with the height of 6 people, they would definitely be able to touch the vent on the top of the cell. As long as one of them could get out, it would be easy for the others to get out. When the two prisoners in the cell next to them heard that they could get out, their eyes immediately widened like copper bells. The talkative prisoner said repeatedly, you can get out? It's so high and you don't have anything to rely on. Can you really get out? At this time, the taciturn prisoner was no longer taciturn and said repeatedly, everyone, we are all fellow prisoners and can be considered to be in the same boat. If you can get out, you must take us with you. The two of us have some money at home, so we will definitely not forget to thank everyone. Zhang Qi took a long time to gather his qi at the bars between the two cells and said helplessly, this bar is as thick as my thigh, and it's made of pear wood. Do you think I can break it? Yang Fan was first delighted, but then he thought of the difficulty. Breaking out of prison was of course easy, but it would definitely cause a large search by the Fang province government. In this era, there weren't many people moving around, so no matter where they went, they would be shining targets. How could they talk about quietly making contact with the Prince of Luling? If he had to use this method, then it would be better for Yang Fan to reveal his identity and have that scoundrel county magistrate he respectfully invite him out. When Yang Fan explained the difficulty, everyone looked puzzled. Wei Yong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Captain, why did we come here this time? Why must we be so secretive and not reveal our identity, even if we are entangled by a group of corrupt officials? If Captain doesn't explain it clearly, we brothers really won't be able to understand. Zhang Shitong and the others all stared at Yang Fan. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan said in a low voice, this is Fang province. Think about it. What does Fang province have? What does Fang province have? The guards looked at each other and thought hard for a long time before Yu Ziqing suddenly reacted and cried out, "The Prince of Luling!" Yang Fan immediately shouted, "Silence!" Only now did Wei Yong realize that the objective of this mission was so important. He couldn't help but nervously lick his lips and ask in a hurried and low voice, "Captain, we came here on Imperial Edict to harm Luling?" These low-ranking soldiers didn't have any political foresight or strategy. In their view, if the Emperor wanted to release the Prince of Luling to return to the capital, he only needed to send a eunuch and announce an imperial edict. Why would he need to be so secretive and troublesome? Now that he had sent them to Fong province in secret, it was likely that they were going to harm the Prince of Luling. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "We'll talk about the details after we get out. Before the operation, I'll tell you the plan. Right now, we have to think about how to get out. I only hope that Huang Xuchong and Su Liang won't use the method of revealing their official status to rescue us." Tianyin pointed at the top of the cell and said, "Captain, with our skills, can't we put up a frame? As long as one of us can go up, we can use a belt or robe to tie a rope and pull us up." Yang Fan said, "Of course it's easy to get out. The difficult part is how to not alarm the local authorities. If they mobilize the people to search everywhere, where will we, the foreigners, be able to hide? If this matter could be publicized, why will we need to go through so much trouble and use a theatrical troupe as a smokescreen?" Everyone was speechless. With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan slowly paced around the cell. Sometimes he would look at the door, and sometimes at the ventilation holes on the ceiling, his brows knitted into a deep frown. Although Wei Yong and the others still couldn't guess the specific mission, they already knew that this matter involved the Prince of Luling, and that this was a political struggle of the highest level. No matter how slow they were, they could still tell that this matter was of great importance. With bitter expressions, they looked at Yang Fan, who was pacing back and forth, hoping that this resourceful star could think of a perfect solution. "I have a solution." Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong and the others immediately surrounded him and excitedly asked, "Captain, what's the solution?" Yang Fan pushed aside his brothers and walked to the other side of the cell. The two pitiful peddlers were currently grabbing onto the bars, pressing their thin faces against the rough wooden posts as they stared at Yang Fan and the others. A smile slowly blossomed on Yang Fan's face, and like Satan luring them to hell, he gently asked, "Sirs, do you want to be released from prison and reunite with your families? Do you want to receive a reward?" Chapter 776. The night was dark, and the sound of the watchman's clapper gradually faded into the lonely night sky. The quiet courtyard suddenly became restless. The crescent moon was like a hook. Although it was not the best time to commit murder or arson, it was enough for these skilled bandits. Gao uncovered her face with the green cloth and slashed forward with her hand. She shouted, "Depart." After Yang Fan and the others were taken into prison, the meticulous Gu Zhuting immediately returned to the courtyard they had rented. She had Yang Fan's people quickly hide to prevent others from discovering that the captured people had anything to do with this courtyard. Then she discussed the strategy with Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the others who knew the purpose of this trip. They quickly rejected the idea of revealing their identities and asking Fongling County to release the people. But they had no better idea. After discussing for a long time, they came to a unanimous decision: break out of the prison. Although doing so would still cause a commotion in the area, they couldn't care too much at this time. They had already made preparations in advance. Before closing the city gates, they had already called for their men to take their horses out of the city and hide in a dense forest 6 miles away from the city. They would leave immediately once they broke out of the prison. If they wanted to leave the city, the low city walls of Fongling were not a problem for them. Gao covered her face with a green cloth and held a sharp blade in her hand. She led a group of tigresses and charged at the front. The other 100 cavalry were responsible for bringing up the rear under the command of Huang Xuchong and Su Liang. They had just charged to the front courtyard of the old and dilapidated residence when they were blocked by a group of people. One of them asked in a bad mood, "Dressed like this, who are you planning to kidnap?" Hearing the familiar voice, Gao Ying stilled. Using the weak moonlight, she took a few more steps forward and took a closer look. Gao Ying couldn't help but cry out, "Officer Yang, you've already been released?" When the sun on the horizon released a brilliant red glow and dyed the entire sky red, more than 20 fast horses were lightly galloping on a small mountain path toward Jushan district. The dewdrops on the green leaves of the wild grass sparkled with sparkling light. Because of the trampling of the horses' hooves and the trembling of the ground, the sparkling dewdrops either splashed out or slowly rolled down, splashing into the dust one by one. Yang Fan and the others left the city that very night. By daybreak, they were already halfway to Jushan district. The prison door of Fangling County opened, and an old man walked in weakly, dragging a bucket of rice. He knocked on the rice bucket and was just about to shout, "Time to eat," when he suddenly saw the situation in the prison. He couldn't help but be stunned. Their cell was not big. There were only a few cells in total. They could see clearly through the bars. Last night, the cell on the right was full of 6 people. Why was it so empty now? As soon as the pair of sufferers in the innermost cell saw someone come in, they immediately shouted, "Warden, something's wrong, something's wrong." Old Man Sung quickly put down his rice bucket and rushed over to ask, "What happened? Where are the people in the next cell?" The 2 unkempt prisoners pointed and gesticulated, spitting spittle as they told him what happened. The old jailer, who was half dead when he walked, couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He immediately rushed out to report to the warden. In less than an hour, the county magistrate, the county deputy, the registrar, the county lieutenant, the supervisor, and the warden, a large group of people suddenly came. The county magistrate, He Haijiao, disliked the dim light in the prison and specially ordered a few jailers to light torches. They carefully examined the cell that originally held the 6 prisoners for a long time. There were 2 large footprints on the ground, 5 feet long and 3 inches deep. If a shorter person were to lie in it, it could be used as a bed. The heels, soles, and toes could be clearly seen, as if a giant had once stood there. The county magistrate squatted on the ground and carefully examined for a long time. He stood up and said to the 2 prisoners, "Tell me in detail what exactly happened last night." The 2 prisoners were both merchants, so they had already trained their faces and lips. Just now, they had rehearsed in front of the jailer, so they weren't flustered at all. It was still the talkative merchant who spoke to the county magistrate. "Last night, the 2 of us were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, we felt thousands of golden rays piercing our eyes, and we couldn't help but wake up. When we opened our eyes, we saw a golden-armored deity. He was 3 feet tall, had a broad waist, and was holding a golden pestle in his hand. His whole body was glowing. Yes, it was the golden-armored deity. Yes, the golden-armored deity was standing in that position. The 6 prisoners in this cell were all prostrating at the feet of the deity, as obedient as kittens. The 2 of us brothers worshipped Buddha the most. When we saw that the deity was no different from the Skanda, we quickly knelt down and chanted Amitabha. The other slow talker finally interrupted and said, "The deity didn't open his mouth, but there was a bell-like voice ringing in our hearts. The deity said that even though we had committed crimes, we were devout to Buddha and had the heart to repent. Buddha saw this and specially sent a deity to enlighten us." "Oh," He Haijiao blinked his eyes, seemingly believing it but not believing it. He didn't know whether there were real auspicious signs in the world, but as one of the beneficiaries of auspicious signs, he was very clear that the auspicious sign he made back then was fake. He had been guarding the hot spring soup all year round, and inadvertently discovered that the parts of the fruit that were exposed to sunlight and the parts that were covered by other things for a long time would have a completely different color. At that time, it happened to be the time when the world competed to offer auspicious signs the most. So he had an idea. He used black paper to cut a mold of the 2 words, "Long live," and stuck it on the golden peach. When the golden peach ripened, he removed the paper mold, and sure enough, the 2 words appeared. With this method, he was able to release a county magistrate. Today, listening to the eloquent words of the 2 prisoners, he naturally didn't believe in such a miracle. He Haijiao asked, What about the 6 people? The prisoner followed the words taught to him by Yang Fan and said, the 6 prisoners witnessed the miracle with their own eyes and were influenced by Buddha. They were willing to follow the great skanda to cultivate, so they were taken away by the deity. The corner of Haijiao's mouth twitched twice, and he asked again, then why did you let go of such a good opportunity? The prisoner sighed and said, the 2 of us have a father, a mother, a wife, and a son. Our fate in the mortal world is not over. The deity said that we will be released soon. If we sincerely worship Buddha, as long as we go home and fulfill our filial piety to our parents and our duties to our wives, one day we will be rewarded. Haijiao's eyes turned cold, and he said sternly, really? If you lie, your 9 generations will be executed. The 2 immediately swore a vow. Haijiao pinched his chin and thought for a while. He turned back to the giant's footprint and squatted down. He carefully observed it again, and then looked up at the skylight above the prison cell. A sly look suddenly flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Seeing him stand up, the registrar Shu Chun quickly moved in front of him and said in a low voice, the Ming Mansion, I think this matter. Haijiao raised his hand and stopped him. He said in a measured tone, there is no doubt that this is an auspicious sign. This is because the Holy Son of Heaven is benevolent. So the heavens have sent an auspicious sign. This auspicious sign appeared in my Fangling County, because my Fangling County is clean and honest. This matter needs to be reported to the Holy Son of Heaven. Yes, yes, yes. The registrar, Shu, tactfully retreated to the side. Haijiao turned to look at the 2 prisoners and said, the Holy Son of Heaven once issued an edict. If auspicious signs are reported everywhere, the local government cannot hide or obstruct them for any reason. Those who find auspicious signs must be immediately sent to the capital. Whether the auspicious signs are real or not, the imperial court will verify it. The local officials who find auspicious signs must send people to escort them. Those who find auspicious signs will be treated like a 5th-rank official. Haijiao's words were not false. Wu Zetian had indeed issued such an imperial edict. Although she had ascended to the throne and was a little annoyed by the frequent reports of auspicious signs, she did not cancel the imperial edict. Haijiao paused slightly and then said in a serious tone, haha, as long as what the 2 of you say is true, then you are blessed. The 2 peddlers hurriedly swore again and guaranteed with certainty that everything they said was true. Haijiao nodded with satisfaction and turned to order, seal the prison and wait for the people from the capital to investigate. Send these 2 people who found auspicious signs to the residents and treat them well. I will arrange for people to send them to the capital as soon as possible. Since the county magistrate had already said so, the officials naturally did not dare to say anything. They immediately agreed. Haijiao left the prison and returned to the back residence of the county yamen. She immediately sent for her brother-in-law, Lin Air, and told him in a low voice, find a few craftsmen who can keep their mouths shut and build a few layers of bricks for the ventilation holes above the prison. Make it smaller. Otherwise, when the people from the capital come and find out that our prison system is not in accordance with the rules, they will inevitably reprimand us. Lin Air understood immediately and hurriedly went to make the arrangements. When Yang Fan visited Fangling County, he had a general understanding of Zhushan District. Zhushan District was 140 li away from Fangling County and became famous because of Huangzhou Ridge. Huangzhou Ridge was located to the north of Huangzhou County, and the bamboo on the mountain was all yellow, hence the name. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, lived on Huangzhou Ridge. The area around Huangzhou Ridge was classified as a forbidden area. Ordinary people, hunters, and woodcutters were not allowed to set foot on the mountain. Because of the long period of watching over the Prince of Luling, the families of these military families had all been brought over. These military families had lived here on royal rations for 15 to 16 years and could be considered to have taken root here. 10 li below Huangzhou Ridge was Huangzhou Village. Yang Fan decided to first settle down in Huangzhou Village and gain a better understanding of Huangzhou Ridge. He would first contact the Prince of Luling who was trapped on a mountain, and then decide on a strategy. However, the flow of people in this era was not large. Without the cover of the circus, even a dozen or so burly men like them would be enough to attract attention, not to mention that there were many young women among them. Thus, Yang Fan decided to have them split up and settle down in the villages around Huangzhou village. In this era, information was not smooth. These people disguised themselves as husband and wife or brother and sister and settled down in the various villages. If the news could not be reported to the garrison commander in the village or the mountain in time, it would not attract attention. By the time the garrison commander in the village or the garrison commander in the mountain discovered something suspicious, they would probably have already picked up the prince of Luling and left. Thus, when Yang Fan was about to reach Huangzhou village, he decided on a method and place of contact with them. He then had them split up into different paths and head straight for the villages around Huangzhou village, while he and Gu Zhuding directly entered Huangzhou village at the bottom of Huangzhou Ridge. Chapter 777. Are you passing by this place? The innkeeper welcomed Yang Fan and Gu Zhuding in with a smile. Yang Fan walked in front with his head held high. Gu Zhuding followed half a step behind him with her bag. She was like a gentle and delicate wife. No one could tell that she was 100 Faces demoness. Moreover, she was an outstanding female assassin who killed people with each step. Oh, no, we are here to buy a batch of bamboo. Yang Fan replied calmly. Bamboo mats made from yellow bamboos from your land, and then smoked. The color is like gold, and it is as warm as jade. Furthermore, it does not have insects. It looks good and is very practical. However, if I buy it locally, the price will be much higher. I won't be able to earn much. Therefore, my wife and I are here to buy a batch of bamboo before the hot summer sales arrive. Yang Fan laughed and said, if we buy it locally, it shouldn't be that expensive, right? When the innkeeper heard that he was here to buy bamboo, he would have to stay in the inn for a few more days. If he fawned on this person, he would be afraid that the next time he came to Huangzhou town, he would not choose this inn. Since he was in the bamboo business, he would definitely have to buy bamboo every year. The innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. Good. This guest has good eyes. This old man feels that the bamboo here is not worse than the bamboo produced in Shuzhou and Shaoxi. Unfortunately, there are not many people who know what's good. This old man will first congratulate the guest for making a fortune. Guest, please take a look. Are you satisfied with this room? You can eat in the front hall. Our inn's food is also very local. Not far from the backyard is a stream. The scenery on both sides is beautiful. You and your wife will definitely like this place. When Gu Zhuding first heard Yang Fan call her wife, her face was already burning hot, and now she heard this shopkeeper call them virtuous husband and wife. Her heart was so warm that she couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. It's just that when she was by Yang Fan's side, she still had to pretend to be calm, and it really made him suffer. Yang Fan looked around. The guest rooms in this small place were very comfortable. In Luoyang, there was only a bed and a low table, and the daily rent was more than 20 copper coins. The room here was divided into 2 rooms. The outer room was used to receive guests, and the inner room was used to rest. In the middle, there were 12 wooden screens that divided the room. It was quiet and elegant, and the cost of food and lodging for a day was only 10 copper coins. It was really a good and cheap place. Yang Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Gu Zhuding, my wife, put the things down and take a rest. Gu Zhuding did not dare to speak, nor did she dare to raise her head to look at him. She only nodded her head meekly and stepped into the room. The shopkeeper smiled and said, my wife, please wait for a moment. The waiter will bring hot water in a while. If you want to take a bath, just close the window and bolt the door. This old man's shop is very quiet. Yang Fan did not enter the room. He only paced back and forth in the outer room before walking out again. He stood under a tall cassia tree in the courtyard and pretended to talk to the shopkeeper. I heard that your place is famous because of the Huangzhou Ridge. The bamboo there is the most and the cheapest. Is that true? The shopkeeper gave him a thumbs up and said, sir, you have put in some effort. In our Huangzhou County, the place that produces the most bamboo is the Huangzhou Ridge. Sir, you're in the bamboo business, so I believe you need new bamboo and old bamboo. In other places, bamboo is often cut down, but there are not many old bamboo. Only in the Huangzhou Ridge, ordinary people cannot go up there. You can find old bamboo no matter how old it is. Oh, hearing this, Yang Fan turned around and sat down on a green stone under the tree. He patted the stone beside him and said to the shopkeeper, "Come, come, come. Shopkeeper, please take a seat. I've just arrived here and don't know much about the situation here. If shopkeeper is willing to help me out and act as a go-between, if this deal is successful, haha, although this is a small business and doesn't earn much, I'll still pay for the hard work." Gu Zhuding put down her bag. She saw that the room was well lit and bright. Outside the back window was a forest with rustling branches and leaves. Behind the front window was a courtyard with slanting sunlight. She was very satisfied. She leisurely walked to the window and glanced out. Coincidentally, she saw Yang Fan chatting cheerfully with the shopkeeper under the tree. The sunlight shone through the osmanthus leaves, creating a gorgeous scene. The gorgeous sunlight shone on Yang Fan's body, creating a special effect. Sunny, hearty, handsome, a manly aura that made people's hearts beat faster. Gu Zhuding hurriedly withdrew her body and returned to the couch to sit down. Her cheeks were a little hot. She gently pressed down on her beating heart. She was a little ashamed and upset as she blamed herself. "Damn it, what nonsense are you thinking? I have never had any feelings for you. How can you be so unbearable? In the end, you can't keep your previous vow?" As a warrior of a large family, it was fine if he was only a bodyguard. However, for those who were assassins or death warriors, people who walked in the shadows for the family, no matter how skilled they were, there would always be times when they would fail. Gu Zhuding was used to this kind of thing since she was young. Therefore, since she was a young girl, she had made up her mind to never marry. Since she had already reincarnated into this kind of family and embarked on this kind of fate, she would live one day at a time. Why should she abandon her husband and children in the future and die with regret? However, some things were instinctive. Every day, she would be together with a young man who was not too bad-looking, not too low in status, and not too bad in intelligence. Moreover, they had experienced so many things together. Moreover, this man just happened to be able to remove her worries. How could she bind her heart? The couch under her buttocks had been basked in the sunlight for a long time. It felt dry and warm when caressed. Gu Zhuding suddenly thought of a question. "Sovereign, where does he sleep at night?" She hurriedly got up and walked around the screen to look at the front hall. There seemed to be nothing that could be used as a bed. Gu Zhuding's heartstrings relaxed. She couldn't tell if she was happy, longing, or having wild thoughts. "You are so shameless," Gu Zhuding scolded herself in her heart. She wanted to act like a little girl and cover her cheeks. She hurriedly returned to the inner room. She couldn't help but look at the dressing table. An octagonal bronze mirror with cloud patterns reflected a beautiful face that was as pretty as a peach blossom. Her face was real and her eyes were sparkling. Gu Zhuding couldn't help but carefully look at it. She made a slight evaluation. It seems that I can enter his eyes. The wind slowly blew in from outside the window. This spring breeze carried the fresh smell of the countryside, refreshing the mind. If the wind wanted to blow in, it couldn't be closed. Even if the window was closed, how could it stop the wind from quietly entering the gap between the windows? Huangzhou town was located in a remote area. It wasn't considered a major transportation route. There weren't many customers coming and going, so the shop's business was slow. Yang Fan wanted to chat with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had plenty of time to begin with. He also wanted to help him buy bamboo locally, so he sat down next to him and patiently introduced him. The two of them talked and already exchanged names. The shopkeeper was called Lu Mingfu. Opening the inn was only a part-time business. His family also had a small shop and several tens of mu of farmland. Lu Mingfu said, "Brother Yang, to be honest, why do you think there are so many bamboo on Huangzhou Ridge?" "Because common people aren't allowed to climb the mountain." Yang Fan pretended to be confused and asked in surprise, "Why aren't common people allowed to climb the mountain? Is that mountain private property of some family?" Lu Mingfu shook his head and said, That's not it. It's just that there's an amazing person living on the mountain. He pretended to be mysterious and looked left and right. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Yang, have you not heard that the son of the current emperor, the Prince of Luling, who was once the emperor of the Tang dynasty, lives on Huangzhou Ridge? Ah. Yang Fan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, yes, this little brother has heard of this matter before. It's just that I didn't think of it for a moment. This is bad. If it's like this, doesn't it mean that we can't harvest the bamboo on the mountain? Lu Mingfu laughed and said, That's not true. Rules are naturally set by the imperial court. But these rules have to be obeyed. Those officers and soldiers guarding the mountain have lived here for more than 10 years. They are naturally very familiar with the people at the foot of the mountain. You're an outsider, so of course you can't go up the mountain. It's not impossible for this old man to go up the mountain. However, this old man can only go up to the second fence around the mountain. I won't be able to go any further. Yang Fan said, Shopkeeper is saying? Lu Mingfu puffed out his chest and said, If Brother Yang trusts me, then leave this matter to me. I'll go up the mountain and tell the guards to allow me to bring people up the mountain to cut bamboo. You'll naturally have to pay them the money for selling the bamboo. I believe they won't refuse since there's some extra money to be made. After that, you just have to pay the people who cut the bamboo some wages. It'll definitely be cheaper than buying the bamboo. Yang Fan was overjoyed and said repeatedly, Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper. I just don't know. Is this method really feasible? This one wants to buy bamboo to make mats, baskets, bamboo pillows, bamboo couches, and all kinds of other utensils. The requirements are all different, and the bamboo needed is also different. I don't know if this one can bring this one up the mountain so that I can give pointers. Lu Mingfu was slightly hesitant when he heard this. Stroking his beard, he didn't dare to promise everything. Yang Fan hurriedly said, This one is just afraid that the people I hired will do some useless work. If it's not convenient, shopkeeper only needs to bring me up the mountain once and give everyone some pointers. In the future, I'll just wait in town. Hearing this, Lu Mingfu reluctantly nodded and said, Since it's only once, perhaps it's possible. Brother Yang, don't think that this old man isn't willing to help. It's only now that you have a chance to go up the mountain. If it was 6 years ago, no matter how big this business of yours was, this old man still wouldn't dare to agree to this matter. Yang Fan curiously asked, 6 years ago? How is it different from now? Lu Mingfu said, 6 years ago, when Provincial Governor Chui was transferred to this province, the Prince of Luling's situation improved. Provincial Governor Chui sent people up the mountain to renovate a house for the Prince of Luling and change his bedding. Clothes were regularly provided for all 4 seasons, and chicken, duck, and fish were occasionally presented. Although he was intercepted by the soldiers, this prince was finally living a decent life. Yang Fan's heart was moved. He had just been worrying about how to sneak the Prince of Luling down the mountain under the heavy guard of the soldiers. If this Chui was really loyal to Li Tang, perhaps he could make use of him. Thus, he hurriedly asked, In that case, this provincial governor Chui is an old party loyal to Li Tang? A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Mingfu's face. Slowly shaking his head, he said, No, because this provincial governor Chui was originally transferred over from Qianzhou. The more Yang Fan heard, the more confused he became. He was transferred over from Qianzhou. What does it have to do with him treating the Prince of Luling well? Chapter 778. Lu Mingfu had a very good impression of this humble and obedient young man and patiently explained. When Li Tang's former wife was exiled to various places, the Prince of Chao, Li Ming, was exiled to Qianzhou. Yang Fan blinked and said, So what? Lu Mingfu said, At that time, the governor of Qianzhou was called Xieyu. Governor Xie said that under His Majesty's edict, the Prince of Chao, Li Ming, was ordered to commit suicide. The Prince of Chao was afraid of implicating his family, so he didn't dare to disobey the edict and could only hang himself. After the Prince of Chao's death, Governor Xie was afraid of the revenge of the Prince of Chao's descendants, so he filled the mansion with guards. When he rested at night, he always rested on the top floor of the pavilion. He also placed a large bed in the middle of the hall and had more than 10 concubines sleep by his side to protect him. Even so, he was unable to preserve his life. One day, his concubines woke up early in the morning and were shocked to find that there was only Governor Siey's headless corpse on the bed. Governor Siey's head was taken off in the middle of the night, but no one in the mansion noticed. Yang Fan heard the interest and couldn't help but laugh. Then what happened next? Did you find out the truth? Lu Mingfu nodded and said, the truth wasn't hard to find out. The one who wanted to kill Governor Siey the most was, of course, the Prince of Chao's son. Later, the truth was found out. The assassin was indeed hired by the Prince of Chao's mansion with a large sum of money. When the soldiers captured the young prince, they found Governor Siey's head in his mansion. Governor Siey's head had already been turned into a chamber pot by the young prince and had been used for a very long time. Yang Fan listened with fascination. He thought about how the assassin hired by the Prince of Chao's mansion had climbed a tall building amidst layers of guards and women. He had taken off his head in the middle of the night, and after the deed was done, no one had noticed. Such a skill really made one yearn for it. It was a pity that this kind of wanderer would definitely brush his robe and leave after the deed was done. He wouldn't leave his name at all, otherwise he could have made good friends with him. Gu Zhuting was in a dilemma in her room and did not hear this story. Otherwise, when she saw Yang Fan's expression of admiration for her proud action, she would have felt a little proud in her heart. Lu Mingfu chuckled, then said, this prefecture's Chui Jingxi, provincial governor Chui, was an official in Qianzhou back then. He clearly knows about the matter of Governor Siey flying off in the middle of the night. Think about it. Now that he's been transferred to Fangzhou, the Prince of Luling is under his watch. If something unexpected happens to the Prince of Luling, what would happen if some chivalrous hero who sees injustice takes his anger out on him? He might not be able to manage other matters, but taking care of the Prince of Luling's food and drink and allowing your highness to live well won't take much effort from him. So why not? Yang Fan nodded his head. Now that he understood the true attitude of this provincial governor Chui towards the Prince of Luling, he no longer dared to rashly borrow this person's strength. Yang Fan thought to himself, forget it. I'll use this innkeeper to go up the mountain and get a feel of the situation first. That chivalrous hero can steal Governor Siey's head in a heavily guarded place. But I, Yang Fan, can't steal a lively Prince of Luling from a heavily guarded army? The bamboo forest on Yellow Bamboo Ridge was dense, and the bamboo poles and leaves were indeed a bit yellow. However, it was not the kind of withered yellow, but a kind of tender yellow that was full of vitality, just like the branches and leaves that had just sprouted. Thus, when the new green and tender yellow entered one's eyes, it was like a cup of fragrant tea slowly entering one's mouth. At first, the fragrance assailed one's nostrils, but after a faint taste, it became a different taste. Dozens of local young men who had finished their farm work were organized by the innkeeper. Carrying ropes and choppers, they walked along the narrow mountain path, passing through patches of tall bamboos. The bamboo branches rustled, and as soon as they stepped in, they felt refreshed. Wearing a round-collared robe, Yang Fan walked shoulder to shoulder with Lu Mingfu at the back. As they walked, they chatted softly, casually chatting about the local customs. Halt! An open space appeared in front of them. About several dozen zhang away, they could see the end of the open space, and there was even a bamboo wall. This was the second time they had seen such an open space after entering the mountain. Lu Mingfu had already told Yang Fan about the use of this thing. Building an open area was to prevent fire and also to prevent people from sneaking in. The area was wide and without the cover of the bamboo forest. Wanting to sneak in was not something an ordinary person could do. Hearing someone stop him, Lu Mingfu hurriedly stepped forward and laughed. Captain Liang, it's this old man who has come. Standing in front was a soldier, and behind him were several other soldiers. However, their clothes were not very neat, and the robes they wore were also not proper. Some were not wearing pants, and some were not wearing military jackets. If they were commoners, they would have at least a few things that belonged to the army, but if they were soldiers, many of them were dressed like commoners. However, when he thought about how they had settled down here, with their wives and children all living on the mountain for 15 to 16 years, and other than guarding the Prince of Luling, they had no other errands, nor did they receive any training or mobilization. Yang Fan felt relieved. It would be strange if this kind of army still had any semblance of an army. However, although their appearance were not neat, their military discipline was still extremely strict. After all, they were guarding an important person, and if there was the slightest mistake, they would all lose their heads. When it came to matters of life and death, no matter how lax they usually were, they still did not dare to be careless. Captain Liang, the villagers carrying choppers and ropes up the mountain all greeted this officer, and some even greeted the soldiers behind him. It seemed that they had been neighbors for more than 10 years, so they were all familiar with each other. When Captain Liang saw shopkeeper Liu, his expression relaxed a little. "Is that him?" As he spoke, his gaze was already fixed on Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly put on the smooth smile of a businessman and gave him a humble smile. Shopkeeper Liu said, Yes, that's him. Captain Liang, please be magnanimous and let us brothers earn some expenses. It's a win-win situation." As he spoke, he took out the money pouch that Yang Fan had given him and stuffed it into Captain Liang's hands. Captain Liang weighed the money pouch up and down, slowly squeezing out a satisfied smile. He nodded carelessly and waved his hand. "Just chop in that area and don't go any higher. If the brigade marshal finds out, even I will be implicated." Shopkeeper Liu nodded and bowed. Yes. Also, this foreign guest is only allowed to go up the mountain today. He won't be allowed to come up tomorrow. Yes. Shopkeeper Liu only nodded. Captain Liang glanced at Yang Fan, then shook his head and led his men back. Yang Fan noticed that there were only 2 people standing guard at the bamboo gate in front of him. Not far from the bamboo gate, there were several children playing around. They were probably the children of these military families. Yes, this kind of bamboo can be used to make shoulder poles and chopsticks. The scraps can be used to make paper. It doesn't matter if you cut more. This kind of bamboo is the best. It's neither too old nor too tender. It's most suitable for making all kinds of bamboo wares. Chop more of this kind. Yang Fan dutifully played the role of a bamboo wares merchant. He followed behind the workers and pointed them out one by one. In any case, these villagers did not really know what kind of bamboo was good for. Yang Fan's knowledge was enough to deal with them. Shopkeeper Liu was old and sat on a bluestone at the intersection to cool off. Yang Fan followed the lumberjacks and pointed randomly while observing the scene behind the bamboo wall. When it was almost evening, they had to call it a day. There was a mountain spring on the mountain, and the water was not small. However, the spring was winding and sometimes deep and sometimes shallow. It was impossible to put bamboo rafts in. If they threw the bamboo into the spring, it would get stuck after flowing along the water, and they would have to fiddle with it from time to time. They could only cut off the branches and leaves of the bamboo into bundles and drag them down mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were several rented ox carts. They carried the bundles of bamboo back to town and left them in the corner of the inn's backyard. Back at the inn, Yang Fan took a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he walk around the screen and stroll into the living room. Gu Zhuding was already sitting on pins and needles when she heard the sound of water splashing behind the screen. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him come out after changing clothes. Yang Fan had changed into a moon-white Taoist robe. The wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look even more handsome and elegant. He had never neglected his martial arts, so his body was extremely fit and sturdy. His bones and tendons were as tough as cast iron, and his muscles were well-proportioned and powerful. He was fit and majestic without the slightest bit of excess fat on his body. However, this elegant attire and his high Taoist bun gave him a temperament that was completely different from a martial artist. He was handsome, free, and had a unique charm. Perhaps this was just Gu Zhuding's impression of him. Distance makes beauty. Because he could not obtain what he desired, it increased his charm by a few notches. It was as if he had been possessed by an inner demon. The clouds were on the mountaintop. When one ascended the mountaintop, the clouds would be even further away. The moon was in the water. When the surface was pushed aside, the moon would be even deeper. Gu Zhuting hurriedly withdrew her gaze and moved the couch for him. She softly asked, "Alang, what did you see when you went up the mountain today?" Yang Fan nodded to her in thanks and sat down. He said, "I've looked carefully. There are 3 lines of defense on the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 4. The Prince of Luling's residence must be guarded by someone else. There are 3 lines of defense, and in front of each line is an open area of several dozen zhang wide. Aside from sharp bamboo roots, there are only weeds that don't reach the knees. No one can hide there." Gu Zhuting stood at his side, listening attentively. Yang Fan continued to explain, "Behind each open area is a bamboo wall. Inside the bamboo wall, there's a bamboo building every 100 steps. However, other than the guards at the entrance of the mountain, the bamboo buildings are all empty. However, the bamboo buildings don't look dilapidated. Some of them were repaired not long ago, and there are new bamboo roofs on them." Gu Zhuting thought for a moment and said, "In other words, the guards on the mountain believe that no one will sneak up the mountain during the day, so they are lax during the day. At night, these bamboo buildings will be used?" Yang Fan nodded. "That's right. Therefore, after today's observation, I feel that it's easier to sneak in at night than during the day. Moreover, after the second bamboo wall, there are military residences. It can be imagined that the residence of the Prince of Luling's family will not be any different from theirs. If we climb the mountain in the dark, it will be very difficult to find the Prince of Luling. Sneak in during the day?" Gu Zhuting stared at him for a moment before nodding. "All right, I can do it." Yang Fan smiled. "I knew it wouldn't be difficult for you, but is it too late to prepare now? If possible, I hope to go up the mountain with you tomorrow morning." "Of course it's too late." Gu Zhuting agreed very straightforwardly. Just for this smile from Yang Fan, she felt that preparing for half the night was worth it. Last night, they had slept on one side of the long bed, and Gu Zhuting had not slept. Listening to his peaceful snoring and hating him for being so insensitive, all these feelings had vanished into nothingness because of his bright smile. Chapter 779. The camouflage clothing that Gu Zhuting spent half a night making only needed to be demonstrated a few times, and Yang Fan could use it freely. In fact, this thing was an application technique, just like some magic tricks. Amateurs could not understand it no matter how much they thought about it. But once the trick was revealed, this trick could be played by anyone. However, the skill of stealth was equivalent to the skill of a magician playing cards. It required a long period of hard training, and Yang Fan could not learn it in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only follow behind Gu Zhuting and wait for her to signal that there was nothing unusual in front of them before leaping forward for a short distance. However, this was also good. Gu Zhuting's true appearance was actually quite attractive, especially her body. Due to the special nature of the martial arts she practiced, her body was slender and soft. As long as she moved, there would be a kind of erotic rhythm. When she moved, she was like a beautiful snake, and it was really pleasing to the eye. However, Yang Fan had to focus on her, or else he would accidentally lose track of her. Unless she took the initiative to signal, even Yang Fan would not be able to find her. The two of them successfully sneaked through the first line of defense and spent some effort to pass through the second line of defense. As Yang Fan expected, the defense on the mountain was very lax during the day. When the two of them sneaked in, they also saw a few big black dogs. Yang Fan could not help but secretly rejoice. These big dogs were very likely to be used as a tool to guard the mountain village at night. No matter how good one's martial arts was, it was difficult to hide from these animals with sharp sixth senses because of the smell on their bodies. After sneaking into the mountain village, it was much more convenient for the two of them to move around. However, the Huang Zhuling was very wide, and many of the buildings inside were not planned. There were some houses built completely according to the mountain's terrain. These houses were scattered in the bamboo forest, and it looked like an otherworldly paradise. However, it was difficult for the two of them to find a specific target among them. The two of them saw a place that appeared to be relatively spacious among the many bamboo houses. However, when they finally got close to it, they realized that it was the residence of the brigade commander who was stationed at the mountain. The two of them rushed in vain and almost expose their tracks. Seeing that it was not a good idea to search blindly, the two of them could only retreat into the bamboo forest for the time being to discuss. Alang, Gu Zhuting said, "The houses on this mountain are almost the same, and many of them are connected together. The villagers are coming and going. It would be too difficult for us to approach without leaving any trace. Finding the Prince of Luling's whereabouts among these many houses is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Can we just grab someone and ask him?" Yang Fan immediately rejected her suggestion. No, if someone were to go missing on this mountain, they would immediately raise their guard. In that case, we might not even be able to see the Prince of Luling again. He carefully thought for a moment, then said, "My stealth skill is not good enough, so I'll be a burden to you. How about this? You can wander around and do whatever you want while I find a high place in the bamboo forest to spy on their residents from above. The Prince of Luling's family has lived here for more than 10 years, so they might look like ordinary mountain people, but there will always be some differences. Perhaps if we carefully observe them, we might be able to find some clues." "All right," Gu Zhuting nodded. "Then be careful. I'm going." Yang Fan nodded. With light steps, Gu Zhuting flashed out of the bamboo forest like a leopard cat. Her figure swayed a few times before disappearing from Yang Fan's sight. Yang Fan raised his head to look at the tall bamboos, then turned around and snuck into the depths of the bamboo forest. Arriving at a place where the bamboos were densely packed, Yang Fan chose an abnormally thick bamboo and climbed up it using his hands and feet. Although the bamboo was thick, it was still somewhat unable to bear the weight of a person. Thus, Yang Fan pulled over two nearby bamboos and used the bamboo branches to bind the three together. This way, the bamboo no longer trembled, and even when the wind blew, it became much more stable. Only then did Yang Fan turn his attention to the houses in his line of sight. From here, he naturally could not overlook the entire residential area of Huangzhuling. Their residential area was basically built in a ring around the entire mountain. But from here, he could observe a large area. If he did not discover anything, he could just change locations. Yang Fan saw a plump woman coming out of one of the houses. Carrying a wooden basin, she walked to a corner of the courtyard, which looked like a pigsty. He also saw another house where several women were chatting in the courtyard. Some of them were collecting the soles of their shoes, while others were picking up mildewed rice from the dustpans. There was also another house where a man was returning from the mountains. He carried a pitchfork and a bow, an arrow on his back. Hanging from the tip of the pitchfork were 2 or 3 wild rabbits and pheasants. Could this hunting man be the son of the Prince of Luling? That plump woman feeding the pigs couldn't be Consort Wei, right? As for those brats playing with the mud at the intersection, it was unknown if the Prince of Luling's household had brought in any offspring in the last few years. After observing for a while, Yang Fan's imagination ran wild. At this moment, a young girl in a red dress appeared out of nowhere and walked to the slender bamboo under Yang Fan. As a martial artist, Yang Fan's 6 senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people. Although he did not hear anything, a trace of alarm still flashed through his heart. Yang Fan subconsciously lowered his head and saw a young girl bending over the bamboo, seemingly looking for something. Alarmed, Yang Fan hastily held the bamboo firmly, afraid that if he made any noise, the young girl would raise her head and discover his presence. He hoped to restore Li Tang to power because of his disappointment in the Wu clan. In the world, only Wu or Li had the right to inherit the empire, and once the Wu clan became the ruler, they wouldn't even be able to defend Chengdu. Thus, he vowed to restore Li Tang to power. However, he did not believe that he could sacrifice the lives of innocents just because of his great ambition. As a victim of the struggle for imperial authority, he hated those who, in the name of righteousness or some higher goal, treated the common people as nothing more than ants. He was afraid that the girl would discover him. Once the girl discovered him, he wouldn't know what to do. He couldn't cold-bloodedly kill people to silence them. These innocent people shouldn't be the touchstone to test his decisiveness in killing. In his eyes, those officials who disregarded human life were worse than animals. Thus, he could only hold his breath and pray that the young girl would leave as soon as possible. The young girl bent over the bamboo roots, searching for something. Later on, she even turned over the grass, appearing to be extremely focused. Yang Fan looked down from the top of her head, and the first thing that came into his mind was that her waist was very thin, shockingly thin. Women with beautiful figures were often described as thin waists that could be grasped or light waists that could be bent, but that was only a description after all, and there was an element of exaggeration. However, this description was actually appropriate for this young girl. Her waist was truly so thin that it could not be grasped. Soon after, Yang Fan noticed her hair. Her hair was black and shiny, and when it was turned over, it looked like a startled bird's wings were about to fly away. This was the police swan bun. Because she was a young girl who had yet to leave her room, there was still a lock of beautiful hair under the bun. It was separated into two shaved shoulders, shaped like a swallow's tail. The young girl seemed to be looking for something under the bamboo. After searching for a while, she suddenly cheered and suddenly took a step forward. She bent over the grass and made a picking action. Listening to her voice, it was clear and sweet, with a hint of cuteness. It was unexpectedly as pleasant to listen to as an oriole. Yang Fan, who was holding his breath and observing from the bamboo pole, suddenly discovered that a snake was not far behind the young girl. Its flat head was raised more than a foot high, and it was eager to try. The young girl was completely unaware that although it was worn out, it was also because of this that her soft red dress, because of her bending over, clung tightly to her body, making it look round and perky. The snake was sticking out its tongue, and it slightly swayed its head back and forth as if it was going to stick out the next moment. Its target was the round arrow target in front of it. Yang Fan's heart suddenly jumped to his throat. He almost immediately wanted to warn the young girl, but reason immediately stopped him. In reality, even if he was not afraid of exposing himself, warning at this time would be of no use. It was impossible for the young girl to avoid the attack of this poisonous snake at such a close distance. He finally found it. The young girl happily laughed and jumped around. The poisonous snake suddenly stuck its head out and bit her body. The young girl only saw a shadow flash by and immediately screamed in fright. When she felt pain in her leg, she looked down and saw a colorful poisonous snake biting her thigh. The young girl's body went limp, and she immediately fainted from fright. Yang Fan attached himself to the bamboo pole and looked around. He did not see anyone else walking in the forest, so he let go of his hands and quickly slid down from the bamboo pole. When his feet landed on the ground, the poisonous snake had already jumped into the grass. Yang Fan finally saw the young girl's face. Although she fainted because of fright, and her face was abnormally pale, although the snake venom was working quickly in her body, making her eyebrows faintly reveal a touch of black hair, all these could not cover up her beauty. That kind of beauty was a kind of beauty that could not be described in words. That kind of dazzling brilliance, whether you looked at her from the front, from the side, or only saw her eyebrows, her eyes, her beautiful nose, or her seductive lips, you could immediately feel how charming her whole face was. Yang Fan had seen many beautiful women, blonde concubines, submissive Korean women, passionate and sexy Nanyang women, lively and generous Luoyang women, especially the graceful and gorgeous Luoyang peony Li Lingwe, Shanghai Wanner, who was full of a light scholarly aura like a bright moon, charming and lovely Xiao Man, beautiful and moving anew, and even Ning Ke, who was like an orchid in a deep valley. These women all had their own unique beauty, but compared to the unconscious young girl in front of them, they were actually slightly inferior. It was impossible to say how many of these peerless beauties were inferior to her. This was purely a feeling in heart. Moreover, such a calamitous beauty was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. If she were to grow up a little, how terrifying would that be? Her beauty was the kind that caused others to be unwilling to move their eyes away. However, when Yang Fan gazed at her beautiful face that caused others to be infatuated with her, he sighed with emotion, hardened his heart, and turned around to leave. If he saved her, it was inevitable that his whereabouts would be exposed. If he did nothing, he could only watch the girl die. His reason pushed him away step by step, but his conscience dragged him, making his legs as heavy as lead, getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 780. The bamboo forest swayed, and when a gust of wind passed, there was a rustling sound, like a silkworm chewing on mulberry leaves. The girl in the red dress lay in the bamboo forest, silent and motionless. Only her pomegranate red dress moved with the breeze. Yang Fan walked back, faster and faster. Soon, he reached the girl's side and bent down to look at her. To him, perhaps he struggled for a long time, but in reality, it was only a moment. He resolutely picked up the girl and walked quickly. The girl was very light as a feather, soft as if she had no bones. There was also a faint fragrance of flowers on her body. On her slender waist, there was a small sachet, but Yang Fan would rather believe that the fragrance came from her body. Yang Fan smelled the fragrance and thought in self-mockery, if she wasn't so beautiful, even if I couldn't bear to do it, would I risk exposing my whereabouts and come back to save her? However, this kind of thing could only be asked from his heart. Who else could answer him? Cherishing beauty, whether it was the same kind, animals, plants, or other objects. Wasn't this a characteristic of humans that was different from other animals? Under the cover of the bamboo forest, there was a clear spring. It was unknown where the spring water came from and where it went. It was hidden in the depths of the bamboo forest. The spring water was not deep. The surface was flat like a mirror, and the color of the water was clear. The natural lava structure was like a dark green bowl, holding the spring water. The spring water flowed out from the lower side, about 5 feet above the bottom. It was this 5 feet height that threw out a small waterfall. The water did not make a sound, and the splashes were not big. The parabolic flow of water was like a light silk, and also like the long hair of a girl facing the wind. And all around, there were uneven bamboos, tall and short, thick and thin. The uneven and the water surface formed a beautiful scene of heaven. Yang Fan put the girl on the edge of the water, and after a brief inspection, he found that her thigh was bitten. Yang Fan did not put on any pretense, and immediately lifted her slightly worn red dress. His movements were not big. The women in the mountains did not even have underwear. If he lifted her dress a little higher, then her privacy would be completely exposed, and there would be no more spring scenery to be preserved. What appeared in front of him was a pair of beautiful legs, just like the legendary mermaids. Her slender, streamlined calves glowed with a glossy luster, and her thighs glowed pink, as if they were a piece of fine jade that had been meticulously polished by the most brilliant craftsman. There was not the slightest impurity in them, and they were so soft. A little more, and they would be too fat, and a little less, and they would be too skinny. Even the most picky person would not be able to find any fault with them. Yang Fan pulled out the knife and without hesitation cut a small cross on the red and swollen wound. He bent down and sucked out the poisonous blood, spitting it on the ground to the side until her wound gradually healed. What he sucked out was bright red blood. Then he rinsed his mouth and scooped up a handful of clear spring water to clean her wound. Then he jumped into the forest. After a moment, Yang Fan came back, holding a few bunches of fresh grass in his hand. Growing up in the southern border, he might not know much about other things, but he still had a good understanding of the plants used to detoxify snakes. Yang Fan put the herbs into his mouth and chewed hard, and then applied the chewed-up medicine to her wound. Then he tore a strip from her dress and wrapped it around her thigh, preventing the medicine from falling off. When all of this was done, Yang Fan calmed down and thought about his own situation. The girl was quietly lying on her back, her long and neat, beautiful eyelashes gently covering her eyes. Her nose was delicate, and her lips were like flowers. A pair of small peach blossoms protruded from under her coat. The small hands hanging by Yang Fan's side were tightly clenched. Even if the small hands were clenched into fists, they were still infinitely soft and beautiful. Yang Fan remembered that when she was bitten by the snake, she seemed to be looking for something under the bamboo. So he went to pry open her small hands. There was a small pearl lying quietly in her small hands. The pearl was not big, and the color was also average, but for the children of a military family in the mountains, it was probably very precious. When Yang Fan saw this pearl, he suddenly thought of an idea. He could take away the belongings on the girl's body, and when the girl woke up, she would only think that someone had saved her, and then took the opportunity to rob her. In this way, he could perfectly explain why the person who saved her would disappear without a trace. This kind of person was of course someone from the stronghold, and he might even be someone she knew. But even if she said it out, it would not be easy to alert the garrison. A proud smile appeared on Yang Fan's lips, and he immediately took the pearl from the girl's hands. Seeing that there were no ornaments on her hair, he touched her sleeves, and when he saw that there was nothing in her sleeves, he moved towards her waist. A girl's body would not be burdened with many things like a man's, so if he wanted to search her belongings, he only needed to touch her sleeves and waist. Yang Fan did not want to take away her belongings, but if he wanted to play the role of a thief, he had to act more like it. If he wanted to play the role of a perverted thief, then if he only untied her belt and tore her clothes, but did not really touch her, it would obviously be a big flaw. It was the same principle as being a thief. It was a pity that there was nothing on the girl's waist as well. On the other hand, with a touch, Yang Fan felt how enchanting the beautiful birds bred by the beautiful mountains and rivers here were. Soft, graceful, and slender. From the slender waist to the angle of the pelvis, the extremely slender part slightly expanded, forming a moving curve. It was like spring water pouring down in torrents, not loud, not hurried, gentle, and intoxicating. 9 out of 10 things in life would not go one's way. Things did not develop according to Yang Fan's expectations. When his hand was still feeling around the girl's waist, before he could withdraw it, the girl opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and Yang Fan felt a burst of embarrassment. The person lying in front of him was a beautiful girl, and with his current actions, if he said that he was a thief, would anyone believe him? "Who are you?" The girl spoke, just like the cheer that Yang Fan heard on the bamboo, sweet and crisp, with a bit of natural cuteness and coquettishness. Even if it was an interrogation, it did not sound strict, but was unusually cute. "You were bitten by a poisonous snake. I am saving you. Don't you believe me? My wound is not on my waist." Yang Fan retracted his hand with a whoosh, and without changing his expression, he said, "In order to save you, I used a snake medicine passed down from my ancestors. I have to charge money for treating people, but I don't know when you will wake up, so I thought, I won't trouble you. I will do it myself." The girl's eyes turned. Her clear eyes were so deep that they could frighten a person's soul. "I know everyone on this mountain, but I have never seen you before. You are not from a mountain." "Of course not," Yang Fan said calmly. "I am a medicine master. I go up the mountain to pick herbs. Because this yellow bamboo ridge is garrisoned by the army, it has not been destroyed by the villagers and woodcutters, so it is the place with the most lush vegetation in the surrounding mountains, so I secretly ran here." The girl blinked and said, "Listening to your accent, you are not a local?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. I am a medicine master. I travel the world, picking rare herbs, and just happened to pass by this place. I heard that this ridge has the most lush vegetation, so I went up the mountain. Hee. Actually, I am a Taoist disciple, specializing in the cultivation of external elixir. I plan to pick all the elixirs in the world and refine a cauldron of elixir of immortality. If I was not proficient in elixirs, how could I have so coincidentally cured the poison in your body?" The girl thought for a while and slowly said, "You just said that your snake medicine is passed down from your ancestors." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Yes, it's passed down from my ancestors. I did not say it was passed down from my family. This is the elixir recipe passed down from my grandmaster, so of course it is passed down from my ancestors." "I see. Then thank you very much for saving my life, warrior." The girl bent her waist and sat up, her watery eyes staring at Yang Fan. "I have not yet asked for benefactor's name." Yang Fan said, "Miss, you don't have to be so polite. My surname is Ma Chiao, and I am originally from Luoyang. May I ask for your name, miss?" The girl smiled sweetly and shyly lowered her head. "My surname is Niu. I come from the mountains. I don't have a real name, only a nickname. The villagers call me Jokai Air for convenience." Yang Fan praised. "Good name. 7-colored is as beautiful as a rainbow. Only the name Jokai Air is worthy of your beauty." Jokai Air quickly glanced at him, and her face blushed, but when she looked down again, she found that her skirt was slightly pulled back, and although her thighs were covered, her two calves were still exposed. Suddenly, she couldn't help but feel shy and lowered her head again. Twisting the belt of her dress, she softly said, "Thank you, Brother Ma, for saving my life. My family is poor, and I don't have many things on me, except for this bead, which was given to me by my grandmother. Now, I will give it to you as a thank you gift. I hope Brother Ma won't mind." No, how could I?" Yang Fan almost returned the bead to her, but in order to maintain his current identity, he could only harden his heart and put the bead on his waist, got up, and said with a smile, "Miss, although you have woken up, the poison in your body has not been cleared. You should go home and rest. You might feel a little dizzy, but you will be fine after a day or two." "Yes, thank you, Brother Ma." Jokaier also stood with her hands on her knees and slightly bowed to Yang Fan. Her eyes turned, and she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ma, don't you bring a hoe or a basket when you go up the mountain to pick herbs?" Yang Fan's heart jumped. This little village girl is very meticulous. Yang Fan immediately said, "Just now I was busy saving you, so I left the hoe and basket in the bamboo forest over there. I will go get them, and then I'll go down the mountain. As for me going up the mountain to pick herbs, I also know that this mountain is forbidden, so I hope you." Jokaier understood and said, "Brother Ma, don't worry, you are this servant's benefactor. This servant will cover up for you." With such a beautiful and pure girl personally making a promise, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "Then, this one will take his leave." Yang Fan turned around and was about to leave, but the moment he turned around, the eyes of the young girl behind him suddenly flashed with a fierce light. She quickly bent down and picked up a sharp stone. When she was still sitting on the ground, she had already chosen this sharp stone that could be used as a weapon. Jokaier picked up the stone and jumped forward, aiming the sharp part of the stone at the back of Yang Fan's head. Although she was a weak woman and had just been poisoned by the snake's venom, the back of her head was an extremely fragile part. If she was hit, Yang Fan would immediately die. Chapter 781. Yang Fan was still feeling proud of himself for being able to deal with this inexperienced girl with just a few words, but he never would have thought that the timid little rabbit would suddenly turn into a tigress. However, this girl had never practiced martial arts before, and the snake venom in her body had not completely cleared, affecting her speed. Although her actions were decisive and ruthless, with Yang Fan's skills, he was still able to react in time. Yang Fan hurriedly turned his head, and the stone brushed past his ear, leaving a bloody mark on his neck. Nine-Colored Air, who had missed, let out an ouch and slammed heavily into Yang Fan's back. Yang Fan turned around and grabbed her arm. Jokai's reaction was very fast, and the stone in her hand quickly flew towards his face, but was caught by Yang Fan, who fiercely snatched the stone from her hand and threw it to the ground. Nine-Colored Air's face was filled with shock, as if she had never thought that this person would have such good skills. Yang Fan's eyes became sharp, and he was really angry. "What are you doing? You're not an herb gatherer." Nine-Colored Air calmed herself down and sneered. "How could an herb gatherer who travels far and wide have skin as soft and tender as yours?" Yang Fan subconsciously rubbed his cheek. Although his skin was not rough, it was still quite a distance away from being soft and tender, right? Nine-Colored Air glared at him with hatred. "You have bad intentions and want to hit on me. Do you think I can't see through it? Oomph. I've seen many men like you." Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about how this girl's beauty could cause even his heart to race, he relaxed. He let go of Nine-Colored Air's wrist and pushed her away, coldly saying, "There's no one around here. If I wanted to hit on you, wouldn't you be at my mercy? Stupid." Nine-Colored Air staggered for a moment as 5 bruises appeared on her delicate wrist. She gently rubbed her wrist as tears welled up in her eyes. You really don't want to hit on me?" Yang Fan coldly snorted and turned to leave. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. Jokai's eyes were wide open as she watched him leave. As soon as she saw him turn around, she immediately hugged her shoulders and retreated in panic. "What are you doing?" She took 2 steps back. In her panic, she tripped and fell on her back on the soft meadow. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her 2 snow-white legs were instantly exposed. Geokai hurriedly gathered up her skirt and covered her legs in a flurry. She didn't know that this appearance would only arouse the desire of men. The reason why Yang Fan turned around was because he suddenly remembered the words that the girl had unintentionally said. "I've seen many men like you." A young girl in her 20s had actually said such a thing. Moreover, she had even tried to kill Yang Fan because she suspected that he had done something immoral to her. Her situation on this mountain was definitely not good. Yang Fan was worried that it would be difficult to find the Prince of Luling on this mountain. So if he could win over this girl, Yang Fan smiled at her and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you. Come, sit here." In order to make her no longer afraid, Yang Fan did not walk too close to her. Instead, he sat down next to her and hugged his knees, pretending to be chatting. Nine-colored air carefully withdrew her beautiful legs and held her skirt with both hands, her bright eyes still staring warily at him. Yang Fan said, "Who else is there in your family? On this mountain, are you often bullied by others?" Nine-colored air stared at him with a face full of distrust and hesitated, not daring to speak. Yang Fan said encouragingly, "I don't blame you for what happened just now. I just want to hear about your story. Oh, you know that I'm a cultivator. To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate virtue, and in order to cultivate virtue, one must have a benevolent heart. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, or I can help you." Nine-colored air stammered, You saved my life, but you want a reward." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Two different things, two completely different things. I'm not asking for a reward because of this bead of yours, but because I don't want people to form a habit of reaping without sowing. That would go against the original intention of us cultivators to help others. If you really do encounter a problem that you can't solve, I naturally won't decide whether or not to help just because there's no reward." With that, Yang Fan took out the small bead from his waist and handed it over to her. Nine-colored air hesitated for a moment before timidly stretching out her hand. The sunlight shone on her small hand, giving it a translucent texture. The bead accurately landed on her palm, and when the sunlight shone on it, a faint glow could be seen. However, it was not as moving as her soft, jade-like palm. Nine-colored air took the bead and quickly put it away. She seemed to believe Yang Fan's words, and her eyes lit up, revealing a hopeful expression. She cautiously asked, You can really help me?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "Of course. Didn't you also say that my skin is so soft and tender that I don't look like an alchemist?" "Huh, little girl, you live in the mountains and have rarely seen the world. Not all the cultivators in this world are bitter cultivators, and not all the alchemists in this world are carefree. My life is good, and it is naturally not something those wandering Taoists can compare to. This time, if it wasn't for the sake of her finding a golden pill, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. To tell you the truth, my master is the Temple Master of Chang and Supreme Purity Palace. Although the current emperor favors Buddhism, causing my Taoism to be slightly weaker, my Supreme Purity Palace was, after all, built by the previous emperor, so it has not been affected. The Supreme Purity Palace has a deep foundation, and the magnificence of the temple is not inferior to the mansions of the nobles. Moreover, there are many believers in Chang, and we are rich and powerful. I am the most beloved disciple of my master, Taoist Kong Zhou. If I wanted to help you, it wouldn't be difficult." Yang Fan spouted nonsense without blinking an eye. He said it so clearly that even he himself almost believed it. After listening to him, Nine-colored air's bright eyes blinked, and they were quickly filled with crystal-clear tears. She sobbed and said, Your servant's father was originally a military major in the army here." Yang Fan said, "Oh, if that's the case, then Miss is also the daughter of an official's family. My apologies, my apologies." Nine-colored air shook her head sadly, and tears finally flowed down her white jade-like cheeks. "Your servant can no longer be considered the daughter of an official's family. Your servant's father passed away when I was 6 years old. My mother worked hard to raise me, but after 3 years, she also fell ill. The only thing my mother left for me was that bead. Nine-colored air turned her face away and gently wiped away the tears on her tender cheeks. She said quietly, "After my mother passed away, your servant was adopted by Uncle and Aunt. Although Uncle took good care of your servant, Aunt didn't treat your servant well. Your servant could only live carefully for fear of angering Aunt. Now, your servant gradually grew up, and some of the men in the neighborhood bullied your servant because I didn't have parents to protect me. They often wanted to take advantage of me. Your servant had to be careful every time I went out for fear of being targeted. Who knew, who knew?" As she spoke, Nine-colored air suddenly buried her head in her knees and sobbed silently. Yang Fan only thought that she was carelessly defiled later on. Thinking of such a pure and flawless beautiful girl being defiled, like a peerless piece of porcelain being smashed in front of his eyes, he felt a kind of sadness and regret in his heart. Nine-colored air buried her head and cried for a long time. Her eyes were red and swollen as she raised her head and said with tears streaming down her face, "Who knew that Uncle was a beast in human form and actually coveted this servant? Fortunately, when he wanted to rape this servant, Aunt came home, and this servant was able to escape. The one who saved this servant was Aunt, who had always regarded this servant as a thorn in her side. Don't you think it's funny?" Yang Fan was silent. Nine-colored air gently wiped her tears and said faintly, "Uncle was a bit henpecked. With Aunt at home, he didn't dare to have any ideas about this servant. From then on, as long as Aunt went out, this servant had to quickly follow. But once outside, I was afraid of the malicious people in the neighborhood plotting against me. This forest became this servant's hiding place. This servant. Only here can I breathe in peace." Yang Fan listened to her sobbing about her unbearable situation and felt like his heart was about to explode. If it wasn't for the heavy responsibility he had at the moment, he really wanted to play the role of a wandering knight and help this girl slaughter her uncle and aunt who were worse than pigs and dogs. When I take the Prince of Luling away, I can take her with me. With her beauty and voice, I can send her to Grandmaster Rume's tutelage. I'm sure that in 20 years, she will become a grand consecrator. It's just that contacting the Prince of Luling is a very important matter. Nine-colored air is a natural beauty and is often coveted by others, so she has developed a habit of not trusting others. I can't tell her my goal right now. I have to make her trust me and rely on me more. Only then will I be able to make use of her." Thinking of this, Yang Fan comforted her. "Nine-colored, don't cry. Your situation is truly pitiful and worrisome. At home, you have to guard against internal thieves, and when you go out, you have to guard against external thieves. Alas, now that you're all alone, I presume you have nothing to miss in Uncle's home?" Nine-colored air nodded vigorously. Yang Fan sighed and said, "If I take you away, will you be willing? Don't worry, I have a place to settle you down. You won't have to worry about food or clothing, and you won't have to worry about anyone plotting against you there." Nine-colored air stared at him, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Yang Fan suddenly recalled the misunderstanding just now and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, I won't have any designs on you. There's no one here, so if I have any evil intentions, can't I do whatever I want to? I'm not a bad person, so don't worry." Nine-colored air shyly lowered her head before raising it again with a smile. There were still traces of tears on her face, but her smile was like a weeping pear blossom, exceptionally charming. I've already thought it through. Just now, because I had just woken up, my mind was still a little unclear, and because I saw Big Brother Ma Chiao on me. I misunderstood Big Brother. Big Brother, please don't blame me. The way she called him Big Brother was so sweet that even Yang Fan, with his mental fortitude, felt his heart waver. He thought to himself, "What a waste. I really shouldn't have used Ma Chiao's name. Such a sweet way of calling him has really benefited that idiot." Chapter 782. You want to take me away now? Not now. You also know that I snuck in here to pick herbs, and I still have some matters to attend to. If I take you away now, I'll have to leave this place immediately, but I still haven't found the main ingredient I want. You go back first, and wait for me to arrange everything. Okay? The light in Er's eyes immediately disappeared, and she could not hide the disappointment in her eyes. Perhaps it was because the hope that had suddenly sprouted in her heart made her worry too much, so she did not believe in Yang Fan's promise. She was worried that Yang Fan would leave her behind once he left the mountain. Perhaps Yang Fan's words just now were just to appease her, to make sure she could safely escape. After all, there was a sign at the bottom of the mountain that said, "Trespassers will be killed." If he did it for this reason, it would be completely justifiable. Yang Fan could see her worry and distrust, but he also felt that this girl would not be able to survive in this fiery pit. Perhaps he really could use her to get in touch with the Prince of Luling. Yang Fan touched her body. Her purse wasn't very rich, but for a young girl living in the mountains, it could be considered a huge fortune. Yang Fan took out the bag and placed it in her hand, saying, "Take this money first. It might be of some use. Tomorrow at this time, I'll still be here to pick herbs. If it's convenient for you, you can come see me." Jiutsai took the bag with a doubtful look. Perhaps it was because she had lived in the mountains since she was a child and did not know human etiquette, but she did not hesitate to open the bag in front of Yang Fan. "Wow, this is gold. What a big piece." Jiutsai picked up a piece of gold and exclaimed. Inside Yang Fan's bag was a piece of gold, 2 pearls the size of longan fruits, and several dozen copper coins. Although gold could not be directly used as money, it could be exchanged for money. Thus, people who traveled far away would rarely carry a heavy bag of money, and would instead carry gold, pearls, and other valuable things. Looking at this bag of money, it just happened to confirm what he had just said. He really did come from a faraway place. Had probably never seen such a large amount of wealth in her life, and her eyes shone brightly. Yang Fan looked at her excited expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Yes, do you believe me now?" "Yes. Yeah. Pursed her lips and nodded repeatedly with a joyful expression on her face. Her nasal voice was extremely adorable. Yang Fan teased her, "Look at you now. Gold is the antidote to your poison." Er's face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at him, feeling a little bashful. Yang Fan withdrew his smile and said, "All right, I have to go. You should go back too. Be careful. I'll be back here tomorrow." Yang Fan waved at her and disappeared into the bamboo forest. "Brother Ma Chiao, I'll see you there." Caught up to him and waved her golden biscuit at him sweetly. Yang Fan pretended to go back to look for his hoe and bamboo basket. After walking through the bamboo forest for a while, when could no longer see his figure, he immediately returned and quietly stared at Jiukai was probably afraid of being poor. After suddenly obtaining such a large amount of money, she knelt on the ground and looked at the golden biscuit for a while before putting it down lovingly. She then raised the pearl and looked at it for a while. Even those copper coins, she looked at them carefully for a long time, as if they were treasures. Yang Fan sighed inwardly. Just by looking at her appearance, he could tell how hard she was usually on the outside. However, the hard life did not affect her growth. Perhaps natural beauty referred to women like her. Looked at the things in the bag as if they were treasures, then put them into the bag and walked back and forth in the bamboo forest. Yang Fan was a little puzzled at first, not knowing what she was looking for. After looking for a while, he suddenly realized that she wanted to hide the money bag. Thinking of her beast-like uncle and harsh aunt, it was only natural for the little girl to do so. Yang Fan did not continue looking. He was now convinced that this girl would not reveal his whereabouts. If she wanted to tell on him, she would not have the patience to keep looking at the bag like it was a treasure. In truth, Yang Fan had long since believed Er's words, but this matter was of great importance, directly related to the life and death of a group of people and even the change in the fate of the country. He had no choice but to be extra careful. Yang Fan rushed to the place where he and Gu Zhuding had parted ways and quietly waited for about half an hour. Then he heard a burst of rustling footsteps. Yang Fan quietly pushed aside the grass to take a look, and only when he saw Gu Zhuding did he reveal himself. When Gu Zhuding saw him, she gently shook her head. Yang Fan said, "There's no need to be anxious. If the Prince of Luling was so easy to meet, we wouldn't have to be so cautious. Let's go back first. I might already have a plan." The two of them once again stealthily left Yellow Bamboo Ridge and returned to their residence in Yellow Bamboo Town. The two of them each took a bath and rested. It wasn't until dinner time that Yang Fan told Gu Zhuding about how he met Jiu Kair today, how he cured her, how he learned about her pitiful background, and how he wanted to use this mountain girl to find out more about the Prince of Luling. "Is this girl reliable?" Gu Zhuding asked. Yang Fan smilingly said, "Don't tell me you think that a young girl in her late 20s can come up with a flawless lie in that kind of environment? Besides, the lies of a young girl can't fool my eyes." Gu Zhuting smiled. "Naturally, Alang's adaptability is a notch higher. Now that I think about it, this identity of yours is indeed plausible. It's just that when you go back next time, you'll inevitably have to carry a medicine basket on your back. What I mean is this girl is, after all, a citizen of the garrison. Will she leak the news that Alang is coming up the mountain?" Yang Fan recounted how he returned and secretly spied on Jiu Kai. "That's why I'm certain that she won't report me. However, once she finds out about my true intentions, I'm afraid that she'll be too timid. Even if she doesn't tell anyone, it'll still be very bad if her expression shows any abnormalities. That's why I'll use a clever method to probe her. Unless it's absolutely necessary or I have absolute trust in her, I won't reveal the truth to her." Gu Zhuding pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's fine, but you must be extra careful if Alang sneaks into the mountain alone." "Don't worry," Yang Fan said. "With the security of the mountain, I can come and go as I please even without you teaching me the method. However, once I find out Prince Luling's whereabouts, I'll need to rely on you to get in touch with him in the midst of so many houses and under the noses of so many mountain people." At dusk, Yang Fan and his wife strolled around the town. Because he had hired dozens of strong laborers, almost everyone in the town knew who he was. The townspeople were very polite to this foreign guest who brought money to the locals, and they couldn't help but greet him warmly whenever they saw him. Yang Fan and his wife also responded enthusiastically. The cavalrymen and internal guards who lived in the surrounding villages also came to the town in twos and threes. Since Yang Fan's matter was still unsettled, he naturally didn't have any instructions for them. As soon as they saw Yang Fan walk past them expressionlessly without even looking at them, they knew that they had to continue waiting. Thus, they also passed by Yang Fan as if nothing had happened. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the other girls who belonged to the internal guards were very excited about this mission. They were most happy to see that Yang Fan still hadn't gotten in touch with Prince Luling. They had been cooped up in the palace for far too long. Every year, they would only have the opportunity to go out on several major festivals, and that was only when they weren't unlucky enough to be on duty. Now that they had gone so far away, especially in the countryside of Fangzhou, which was completely different from Luoyang, these girls were having so much fun that they forgot about home and home. The next day, when the people hired by Yang Fan went up the mountain again, Yang Fan and Gu Zhuding also quietly followed behind them. This time, Yang Fan carried a bamboo basket on his shoulder with a medicinal hoe inside. The pace of life in a small town in the mountains was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. In Luoyang, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the bells and drums would ring loudly. Unless one was sleeping like a dead pig, it was fine to not wake up even if one wanted to. In this place, Yang Fan opened his eyes punctually, washed his face, brushed his teeth, went to the latrine, and practiced his martial arts. There was still no smoke coming out of the kitchen chimney. They waited and waited. When breakfast was finally served, it was already late in the morning, but they still had to eat and chat, drinking a bowl of porridge for an entire hour and swaying left and right for a long time before they finally picked up their chores and left. When they left the door, they didn't see them walk quickly. They walked even slower than cows. In Luoyang, Yang Fan was already used to the fast pace of life in the capital. Even his walking speed was much faster than theirs. Yang Fan followed behind them for a while, but he really couldn't wait any longer. He and Gu Zhuding took a small path to get ahead of them and rushed to Huang Zhuling first. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Gu Zhuting hid in the forest and waited. Yang Fan sneaked past the guard surveillance tape and quietly entered the mountain. On the narrow mountain road, flowers swayed along the roadside. The stream turned, and the tall bamboo covered the scenery. The beauty under the bamboo was elegant and pleasant. Jiokai sat cross-legged on the meadow under the bamboo forest beside the quiet spring. Her elbows rested on her legs, and her cheeks rested on her hands. Her black hair was not tied up, and her beautiful face was like jade. Her clear eyes were slightly blurred as she looked at the quiet and clear spring water. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the sky. The sky was azure blue, but under the cover of the tall bamboo, only a corner of the sky could be seen. Moreover, it was cut by the thin bamboo leaves and hung messily above. She muttered to herself, "Do we really have to leave this place?" Her expression was somewhat perplexed, but it was immediately replaced by determination. She clenched her fists, and her face was flushed with excitement. "Leave. No matter what, we have to leave. Even if it's a big risk, this place. I've had enough." "Haha, so you're here." Yang Fan separated two thin bamboos and walked over with a bamboo basket containing a few herbs on his back. "Big brother Ma Chiao." Jiokai turned around in surprise. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, a pair of dimples appeared on her cheeks. Like a swallow, she leapt up and flew towards him. Chapter 783. Big brother Ma Chiao. Jiokai ran in front of Yang Fan and happily held onto his arm. This kind of action, if done by a 7 or 8-year-old girl, would be perfect, but Yang Fan was already a grown man, while Jiokai was only a young girl, so this was a bit abrupt. However, Jiokai did these actions naturally, as if it was a matter of course. On the contrary, if one were to think about it, they would feel ashamed of themselves for having such dirty thoughts. Perhaps, to Jiokai, Yang Fan was her new hope, so when she saw him come, she couldn't help but be overjoyed and reveal her true feelings. But to Yang Fan, those two soft lumps of flesh that had not yet fully grown gently rubbed against his elbow, and a feeling that could only be felt but could not be avoided. This kind of feeling was indescribable. It was clearly just the touch of her body, but it made one's heart fill with a kind of sweetness. Yang Fan was not a beginner who had just gotten close to a woman, so he should not have been unable to control himself. However, this girl's eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and her beauty was something that he had never seen before. Being touched by her like this, even Yang Fan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Yang Fan couldn't help but silently say, "Big Sister Pasta, I'm really sorry. I was just speaking carelessly yesterday, but your brother Chiao has violated the precept of lust." Jiokai followed beside Yang Fan, and seeing him looking around in the bamboo forest, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big brother Chiao, what are you looking for?" Unknowingly, the way she addressed Yang Fan had become a bit more intimate. Yang Fan had already done some research beforehand, so he calmly replied, "I'm looking for a plant that lives next to a bamboo root. Its leaves are like cat ears, and it's about a foot tall. Its stem is yellow, and it's shaped like a worm. It's a necessary ingredient for refining the longevity pill." Jiokai was surprised. "What is that? I've never seen such a thing in the bamboo forest before. What use does it have?" "Of course," Yang Fan said, "bamboo leaf can treat mouth sores and eye pain, insomnia and stroke. Bamboo drip can treat chest heat, quenching vexation and relieving thirst. Bamboo fruit can communicate with the mind. It can lighten the body and nourish the qi. Bamboo RU can treat warm qi, cold and heat, vomiting blood and collapse. Bamboo root has the effect of clearing heat and eliminating vexation. Bamboo is a treasure all over, and this bamboo treasure that grows from it is a treasure for refining longevity pills. It's just that this item is extremely difficult to find." Yang Fan spoke as if he was telling the truth, and Jiokai couldn't help but sigh, becoming an immortal, achieving the Tao, and living forever. I always felt that such things were a bit illusory. Big brother Chiao is a talented man, and since you've learned the Tao from the sky boat immortal, your knowledge must be profound. Why not become an official and seek wealth and prosperity?" Yang Fan smiled. Even though I'm not a monk, I still like freedom. What's the point of becoming an official? Riches and glory? My master has countless followers and endless offerings. If I want riches and glory, I can spend a lifetime without end, so why would I need to bow down to the bureaucracy? When Jiokai heard this, she was so happy that her heart was about to explode. She had picked up a treasure. She had really picked up a living treasure. This Lang Jun was young, rich, and handsome. If she could follow him, wouldn't she be able to live a good life? With this in mind, she made up her mind that no matter what she had to do, she would keep this man in front of her. As Yang Fan spoke, he very naturally turned to the Prince of Luling. Let's talk about this Huang Zhuling. Why did they set up a strict order that no one is allowed to come up the mountain? Isn't it because the Prince of Luling is imprisoned there? The Prince of Luling is a member of the imperial family and was once the emperor of the Tang dynasty. What about now? Jiokai Er's expression immediately turned gloomy, but Yang Fan was looking to the other side and didn't see her expression. Yang Fan gestured toward the bamboo houses below and said, even a family with 100 mu of land in the countryside would have 3 courtyards and a tile-roofed house, right? Look at the former emperor of the Tang dynasty and the current prince of Luling. Where do they live? They're all crude bamboo houses. Is there any difference between a prince's residence and someone else's? Jiokai softly responded. Yang Fan stopped and turned around. With a nonchalant expression, he said, the Prince of Luling lives here, right? At this time, they had already arrived at a high ground. From here, they could overlook the houses hidden in the bamboo forest below. There weren't many bamboos in the area, and the military only left a few clusters of bamboos in front and behind the houses to decorate the scenery. Thus, they could clearly see the situation in the area from above. Seeing that he was looking around with great interest, Jiokai stretched out a slender finger and pointed toward a house in the mountain. That's right. Look, that's the Prince of Luling's residence. Haha, is there any difference between it and someone else's residence? I've lived here since I was a child, and I've never felt that there's any difference between a prince's residence and someone else's. The houses are the same, and the people are also the same. Other people raise chickens, but if the Prince of Luling doesn't raise them, then the children of the prince's family can only watch as other people's children eat eggs while they themselves gulp down their saliva. Ha! A descendant of the Emperor of Heaven is nothing more than this. Following the direction of her finger, Yang Fan nervously memorized the surrounding scenery of the house. There wasn't much difference between the houses, and if he didn't memorize these minute differences, he wouldn't be able to tell which house it was later. Thus, Jiokai slightly self-deprecating tone and gloomy expression were completely ignored by him. Yang Fan quickly memorized the characteristics of the surrounding scenery of the house. Pretending to be uninterested, he turned around and continued to look around for the so-called bamboo treasure while agreeing. That's right, a prince of the imperial family can only end up like this. Why would I want to become an official? If I become an official, when I encounter a calamity, I won't even have the freedom of a commoner. Why bother? Jiokai softly replied. Her voice wasn't loud, but her nod was unusually forceful. After figuring out where the Prince of Luling's residence was, Yang Fan was no longer in the mood to continue looking for the non-existent bamboo treasure. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, Jiokai finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Chiao, when can you take me away? Uncle, he's forcing me again. This time, I almost couldn't escape. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but lower her head. Gently rolling up the corner of her clothes, tears began to well up in her eyes. This appearance was truly pitiful, and Yang Fan couldn't help but advise, don't worry, tomorrow or the day after, if I still can't find the bamboo treasure, I'll go somewhere else to try my luck. At that time, I'll take you away. Jiokai was wild with joy. She suddenly opened her arms and threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace. She kissed him on the cheek with a pa sound. She kissed him hard. Such a passionate young girl was something Yang Fan had never seen before. He couldn't help but touch his cheek in a daze. Blushing, Jiokai shyly lowered her head and softly said, I really can't control myself. Brother Chiao, You don't know, but I've been living in fear here every day as if I'm living in hell. I really can't stay here any longer, so. With a relieved smile, Yang Fan comforted her. I understand how you feel. Being trapped in a place that can drive a person crazy, once there's a chance to escape, you really can't wait. All right, be careful. I promise you, in 2 days I'll definitely take you away. Brother Xiao, you're a very good person. Jiu Kai reluctantly glanced at Yang Fan, then turned around, her red dress swaying in a dazzling circle. She then lifted the hem of her dress, and like a beautiful female deer, she ran into the tender yellow and emerald green bamboo forest. The bamboo poles were long and slender, leaving behind a beautiful shadow. The girl with a cute face and a miserable life gradually disappeared into the depths of the forest. Only then did Yang Fan quickly sweep down the mountain. Along the way, he avoided a few women who were digging bamboo shoots and collecting bamboo mushrooms. He snuck past the guard surveillance tape and returned to the foot of the mountain. He briefly told Gu Zhuting, who was waiting there, the information he had inquired, and the two of them snuck up the mountain again. In order to ensure that he didn't make any mistakes, Yang Fan went all the way to the place that Jiu Kai had pointed out. From the same angle, he identified the house and pointed it out to Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting immediately began to observe the place from a high vantage point. This house was the same as many houses on this mountain with a larger population. They were all made of bamboo, with 2 rows in front and back, fenced together by a fence. The upper floors were bedrooms or storerooms, while the lower floors only had pillars and no walls. They were only used to tie up animals and store some heavy equipment. After observing the comings and goings of each house, the two gradually came to the conclusion that the people of this stronghold had a habit of letting their children and juniors live in the front while their elders lived in the back. The main room in the back was used as the master and mistress bedroom, while the rooms on either side were used to store food and other important supplies. Gu Zhuting had observed very carefully. Other than the location of the house, the number of rooms, the orientation, and the layout of the house, she also took into account the situation of the surrounding households, and even who kept chickens and dogs. Finally, she came up with a plan of action to sneak in and out. Naturally, Yang Fan wouldn't pretend to be an expert in this kind of plan drawn up by a professional and give orders blindly. He only listened to Gu Zhuting's simple explanation. She didn't mention too many details, but Yang Fan was already amazed by the plan she had drawn up. He nodded repeatedly and said, "It's done. Let's do it this way." There weren't many bamboos where the two of them were standing. In order to avoid being seen, after confirming the prince of Luling's residence, the two of them snuck into the depths of the bamboo forest and waited for the sky to turn dark. Although they couldn't light a fire, the two of them had brought some dry rations with them. Gnawing on the rations and drinking spring water, they had a casual meal and then quietly waited for the sky to turn dark. At dusk, it suddenly began to rain on the mountain. Gu Zhuting had prepared many strange things, and the moment it began to rain, she took out 2 extremely soft silks from her bag. Perhaps because of the texture of the silks, or because she had applied a layer of something to them, the two of them were surprisingly able to protect themselves from the rain. Because of the rain, when the sky turned dark, no one moved about in the stronghold. Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting continued to wait patiently. Only when the dusk was enough to conceal their figures did the two of them emerge from their hiding place and quietly make their way toward the cluster of bamboo houses. Chapter 784. The spring rain fell on the soft, withered grass on the roof of the bamboo building and was absorbed by it without a sound. Only then did the rain seep into the eaves along the grass path, forming sparkling water droplets that fell to the ground. Every few steps on the bamboo building, there was a stone with a groove in the middle. A bamboo tube that was cut in half was placed in the groove from top to bottom, forming a certain angle. The rainwater fell into the bamboo tube, forming a trickle that happily flowed to the end, turning into a waterfall that poured downstairs. The rainwater hit different parts of the bamboo tube, forming a song with different pitches and a unique charm. In the room, an old man with white sideburns, a clear face, and thick wrinkles sat next to the clay stove. He listened to the disturbing music irritatedly, stuffing firewood into the stove. The fire was burning fiercely. He closed his knees together, facing the spitting flames, letting the heat of the fire roast his knees. The back door of the front building opened, and an oil paper umbrella slowly came out. It floated down the stairs, across the courtyard, and slowly rose up to the back building. It walked along the bamboo corridor with the sound of running water to the door in the middle, and pushed the door open. The rainwater falling from the eaves hit the oil paper umbrella, making a pu-pu sound like boiling water being poured on the ground. In just a moment, the umbrella was closed, and the person under the umbrella floated into the room, and the bamboo door was also closed with a creak. The dripping umbrella formed a bundle and was placed by the door. The person holding the umbrella walked with light steps to the side of the old man who was lighting the fire. The old man who was sitting by the stove turned his head to look at the person and muttered, "What an unlucky rain. My legs are so sore every time it rains. I want to chop them off to feel better. Is Longjuan's old cold leg disease acting up again?" The person who came in asked softly and faintly sighed. It was spring and summer, and it was the time it rained a lot. Her husband would probably suffer again and again. Looking at the old man's age, his wife shouldn't be young either. However, the woman's voice was as soft and beautiful as a flute. It also had a hint of magnetism and was very pleasant to the ears. She shouldn't be too old. Sure enough, she pulled a stool over and sat down next to the old man who was warming himself by the fire. The red light of the fire illuminated her face. She was indeed not old. Maybe only 20, more or less. Her skin was fine and white, and the texture was as compact as exquisite porcelain. There was not a single wrinkle on it. Or 30. That pair of naturally born peach blossom eyes, when not smiling, were slightly squinting. From time to time, they would overflow with clear light. That kind of mature woman's charm was definitely not something that a woman who had just become a woman could nurture. Or perhaps she should be 40 years old. Under her slightly raised neck, her pink and tender skin was slightly loose. The bright and dark flames reflected in her eyes, and there were slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, although it was not clear if one did not look closely. However, looking at her appearance, it was easy to overlook her age. No matter how old she was a charming woman. She was dressed in coarse clothes that were tailored to her body. Her black hair was combed neatly, and it was tied into a bun that made her long neck look as elegant as a swan's. Even though she was wearing a cotton dress, it was still difficult to conceal her alluring figure. She used her slender white hands to gather her hair. Her elegant demeanor formed a sharp contrast with the village woman's attire. "Lang Jun, I heard that the Khitan people in the north rebelled against our Tang dynasty." "Oh, the Khitan people are just a small tribe. Haven't they always been peaceful? How did they rebel?" The old man with white temples was busy breaking the dry wood and stuffing it into the stove, not paying much attention to what the woman said. The beautiful woman continued, "I heard that they even raised a banner, saying, 'Return my Luling, Prince of Xiang.'" The old man was startled and let out a soft cry. He was momentarily absent-minded and let the fire burn his hand. He quickly retracted his hand and sucked it a few times. Shocked and angry, he said, "The Khitan people raised the banner, 'Return my Luling, Prince of Xiang.' Li Xian, have no grievances with the Khitan people. Why would they harm me like this?" Li Xian, he was the sage rising Emperor Li Xian, who had been demoted to the Prince of Luling and placed under house arrest in Fangzhou after 36 days on the throne. Li Xian was only 44 years old, but from his appearance, he was probably in his early 60s. These years of house arrest had truly taken a toll on his body and mind. But his empress, the current princess consort of Luling, Lady Wei, was still radiant and radiant. It was as if all these years of suffering had not affected her in the slightest. In contrast to Li Xian's fear, Lady Wei's eyes were shining, and she seemed very excited. Also, that tiny Khitan tribe actually managed to win a few major battles, causing the imperial court to be thrown into disarray. In the end, the Turks saw that our Tang dynasty was weak and easy to bully, So they also sent an army into Hebei, raising the banner, replacing the Tang against the Zhou. Li Xian's face was ashen, his body trembling as if he had contracted an epidemic. His teeth chattered. How could this be? This is bad. Calamity, calamity is coming. Lady Wei frowned and said unhappily, "Here you go again. Don't always be so paranoid, okay?" Li Xian stood up in a panic, and the folding stool he was sitting on fell to the ground. Seeing him stumbling away, Lady Wei couldn't help but chase after him, asking, "What are you doing?" Li Xian was terrified beyond words, and he seemed to have lost his mind. "Empress Mother is going to send someone to take my life soon. Maybe she will even bestow me a cup of tea and let me die a miserable death. No, I want to commit suicide. I don't want to suffer such a great pain." Back then, Li Xian had not feared his mother to such a serious degree. However, ever since his mother had kicked him off the throne and imprisoned him here, he had lived in constant fear of death. As time passed, the image of his mother in his heart grew more and more terrifying. Now, it had already formed a kind of morbid mentality. He feared his mother because of his fear of death, but now his fear of his mother had surpassed that of death. Li Xian crouched down and searched for a rope in a corner. Madame Wei was furious. She pulled him back and said, "Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. I don't think this is a great disaster. There is still no news from the capital. Why are you in such a hurry?" Before Madame Wei could finish, she was thrown aside by Li Xian. She staggered and steadied herself, then shouted angrily, "Li Xian!" The shout was so loud and fierce that Li Xian raised his head in astonishment. In the next moment, a fierce slap landed on his face. The slap woke Li Xian up from his stupor. He stared blankly at Madame Wei. Madame Wei said word by word, "Do you think that if the Khitans and Turks used you as an excuse to invade the Tang dynasty, Empress Mother would view you as a thorn in her side and want to get rid of you as soon as possible? But in my opinion, this is a great benefit to us. Why don't you think about how old Empress Mother is now? Everyone in the world is still using your identity to make a fuss. What does this mean? This means that even though she has become the Empress, she has yet to win over the hearts of the people in the world. She has one foot in the grave. It is too late for her to win over the hearts of the people. She doesn't want the world to be in chaos after her death. She doesn't want the rebels and traitors to dig up her grave. She has to think carefully about who should the world be passed on to." Madame Wei walked step by step to the side of the despondent Li Xian. She grabbed his hand and said agitatedly, "Do you understand? Do you understand? Perhaps this is the turning point for us." Li Xian said sluggishly, Is that so? Will Empress Mother really not vent her anger on me? Won't she send someone to execute me?" Madame Wei said, "Of course not. This news happened last winter. If Empress Mother wanted to kill you, would she have waited until now?" "It happened last winter?" Li Xian was greatly relieved when he heard this. He mumbled to himself, "If that's the case, she probably won't vent her anger on me." "Ah, all right. Where did you get this news from? Is it reliable?" Madame Wei said, "Of course it's from Guaer. We're trapped in this yellow bamboo ridge. We become deaf and blind. We can forget about knowing what's going on outside. The children are also disappointing. Only Guaer can walk around outside and gather information for us." Li Xian sighed. "That's right. Guaer was born when you and I were escorted to Fangzhou. She's the princess of the Tang dynasty with golden branches and jade leaves. When she was born, she didn't even have a swaddling cloth. She could only be wrapped in your old clothes. Sigh, as her father, I've let her down. I didn't expect that you and I, husband and wife, would receive the most benefits from this daughter." While the husband and wife were reminiscing about the past, two shadows had already sneaked into Li Xian's residence. Yang Fan's prediction was not wrong. If one were to look closely at the residences around Li Xian's residence, they would notice that the layout of the residence was slightly different from other places. These residences surrounded Li Xian's family in the middle. This was the fourth line of defense. However, in any place, if the soldiers could not be rotated and only had a fixed number of people carrying out surveillance duties, it would be impossible for them to be as vigilant as they were in the beginning, even after 15 to 16 years. Those young and strong soldiers of the past were now married and had children. Even their sons could roam the mountains and plains, set traps to catch roe deer, climb trees to catch bird eggs. However, these neighbors who were responsible for vigilance still brought a certain amount of trouble to Yang Fan and Madame Wei. This was because some of the families had dogs. Fortunately, Gu Zhuding was very experienced. The two of them carefully circled around for a while before they finally snuck into the Prince of Luling's mansion, soundlessly, and sneaked up to the bamboo building. There was light in the bamboo building. A sliver of light shone through the crack of the door. Gu Zhuding turned around and made a hand signal to Yang Fan. The two of them relaxed their footsteps and quietly walked over. The floor of the bamboo building was paved with bamboos. Even the slightest movement would produce a slight squeaking sound. Luckily, the rain had not stopped yet. The rainwater poured into the half-cut bamboo tube and made a tinkling sound, which perfectly covered the sound of their footsteps. When Yang Fan and Madame Wei arrived at the door, they halted their footsteps, turned around, and made a hand signal to each other. Gu Zhuding suddenly pushed the bamboo door open, and Yang Fan dashed in like an arrow. The lingering fear in Li Xian's heart gradually disappeared. He was cuddling up with Madame Wei, reminiscing the past in a low voice. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in like a whirlwind, startling the husband and wife. After all, Li Xian was a man, so he was relatively calm when facing such an unexpected event. However, Madame Wei was a woman. Encountering something like this, Madame Wei was even more afraid than Li Xian. She immediately let out a shrill scream and quickly hid behind Li Xian, clutching his clothes tightly. Before Li Xian could see Yang Fan's face clearly, he saw the blade on his waist. It was a strange blade that was long and narrow like a sword. Li Xian suddenly thought of a possibility, and his reflexive phobia of Wu Zetian broke out again. His legs trembled, and with a trembling voice, he asked, "Are you sent by Empress Mother to kill me?" Chapter 785. Yang Fan had wanted to confirm this person's identity, but with Li Xian's question, Yang Fan immediately knew that this person was Li Xian. Yang Fan knew that his rash intrusion would frighten the owner of this room, but he didn't expect that it would frighten this former emperor to such an extent as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan hurriedly bowed and said, "This subject greets your highness by imperial edict. Here is a secret edict from his majesty, asking Prince of Luling to." Yang Fan took out the neatly wrapped imperial edict from his bosom. Li Xian was like a rabbit that had been shot by an arrow, jumping up with a whoosh and hurriedly retreating 2 steps. Waving his hands, he said in a trembling voice, "I won't look. I won't look. If you want to kill me, then kill me. This prince will not accept an imperial edict." Yang Fan laughed and cried as he stood there holding the imperial edict, not knowing how to explain for a moment. Gu Zhuding closed the door and flashed in. Seeing this scene, she hurriedly said, "Your Highness, do not be alarmed. The imperial edict that we have come here on is definitely not to harm your Highness." In this kind of situation, women had an advantage over men, especially beautiful women. Gu Zhuding was dressed in black with a sword at her waist, but the tight clothing accentuated her graceful curves, displaying the gentleness and beauty of a woman. Li Xian and his wife saw that it was a woman with a charming face and a graceful figure, and their fear was greatly reduced. Madame Wei forced herself to remain calm and stepped forward to ask, "You have come on imperial edict. Why? Why are you like this?" Yang Fan understood and said, "This must be Princess Consort." Subject Yang Fan greets your Highness. Subject has indeed come on imperial edict. As for why subject is stealthily trespassing, I ask your Highness and your Highness to look at the imperial edict first, then this subject will explain his difficulties. Madame Wei saw that he was respectful and courteous to her, and her timidity faded even further. She stretched out both hands and received the imperial edict. Only now did Yang Fan see Empress Wei's appearance clearly. He was both shocked by her youth and shocked by her beauty. He hadn't expected that this former holy empress would still be this beautiful. Under the light of the fire in the quiet room, her beauty was still faintly discernible, as if she was in her 20s. Madame Wei took over the secret edict, then slowly moved to one side. She untied the seal, took off the tube jacket, pulled down the lid, and slowly pulled out a yellow silk. Then, she unfolded it slowly under the light of the fireplace. Lucien stood by her side, looking as if he wanted to look, but didn't dare to. Madame Wei read through the secret edict carefully. Her eyebrows twitched at first, then her eyes narrowed. She read it again, word by word, as if she wanted to swallow them into her stomach and chew them over and over again. After a long while, she slowly raised her head. Her serious and pretty face was reflected in the red firelight. She asked word by word, "Mother wants you to escort Prince back to the capital city secretly?" Yang Fan corrected her. "It's the emperor." Li Xian had been emperor for 36 days before he was kicked out by his mother and replaced by his younger brother, Li Dan, while he was kicked off to Fangzhou to be imprisoned. He couldn't make it in time for Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. His family was trapped in this yellow bamboo ridge, living a secluded life. They were still used to calling Wu Zetian Mother Empress. With Yang Fan's reminder, Madame Wei reacted. She hurriedly said, "Yes, it's the current Holy Lord. The Holy Lord wants you to escort Prince back to the capital secretly?" Yang Fan said yes. "This is the mission of this lowly subject." Li Xian said in panic, "Mother Empress, why does Mother Empress want you to escort me back to the capital secretly? I won't go. Even if I die, I want to be with my family. I won't go with you." Yang Fan's brows furrowed. Why was this Prince of Luling so timid? Madame Wei turned her head and gave her husband a fierce glare. However, in front of Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting, she couldn't speak rudely to her husband. Nevertheless, her tone was filled with reproach as she said, "Prince, don't always think about death. If Mother Empress wanted to kill you, these two guards would have already done it. Why would they still escort you back to the capital secretly?" When she finished, Madame Wei turned to Yang Fan and said with an apologetic smile, "Prince was not like this before. All these years, Prince has been living in seclusion in the mountains and often heard some rumors that he shouldn't have heard. He has been paranoid, and as time goes by, he has become ill at ease." Yang Fan bowed slightly, but didn't answer. As if she suddenly thought of something, Madame Wei quickly walked to the corner of the room, picked up 2 stools, and brought them to the center of the room. She greeted Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting politely. Come, come, come. You must be tired from the long journey. Quickly sit down and talk. I am ashamed to say that this is a prince's mansion, but the shabbiness of this cold room is even worse than an ordinary village residence. I have neglected you." At first, Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting did not know what she was going to do, but now they knew that she was going to bring them stools. No matter how down she was, after all, the Empress of the Tang Dynasty and now the princess consort. Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting hurriedly took the stools, expressed their gratitude, and sat down. The bamboo room was empty and filled with miscellaneous things, so they couldn't tell who was sitting first. Therefore, they could only sit across from Prince of Luling and the princess consort. After they sat down, Madame Wei said politely, "Since Mother Empress has issued an imperial edict, Prince naturally has to follow it. It's just that Prince has been living on this yellow bamboo ridge for 15 years and is isolated from the outside world. You haven't seen Mother Empress for many years. I wonder what Mother Empress is planning by secretly summoning Prince back to the capital this time. Please explain it to the celestial ambassador so that Prince can be prepared, lest he acts abruptly and displeases Mother Empress." Wu Zetian only needed to issue an imperial edict to summon Prince of Luling back to the capital. That would be a true order to summon Prince of Luling back to the capital. It was impossible to write down the decision that had not been announced to the public yet. Even though Madame Wei had already guessed this, the more it was so, the more she didn't dare to believe it, because she had been looking forward to it too many times and had been disappointed too many times. This, Yang Fan hesitated. Madame Wei hurriedly said, "This imperial edict says that Prince is to go to the capital secretly, but Prince is not free in Yellow Bamboo Ridge. As for how to leave and how to keep it a secret, you still have to discuss with the 2 celestial ambassadors. We don't dare to make things difficult for the celestial ambassador. As long as you say something that we husband and wife can know, It will be fine. No matter what, we husband and wife will be eternally grateful. This matter required the cooperation of Li Xian and his wife. Of course, they had to be informed of the current situation. Yang Fan purposely acted like this because he didn't want to leave the impression that this legendary prince, who had changed from crown prince to emperor, from emperor to prince, from prince to crown prince, could not speak and act cautiously. When Madame Wei finished speaking, Yang Fan bowed and said, I don't dare. Princess Consort is too polite. This subject was just about to tell Prince and Princess about His Majesty's instructions. Li Xian no longer cared about stuffing firewood into the stove. His old legs no longer seemed to be in so much pain. He impatiently stared at Yang Fan, like a primary school student who was all ears to listen. Yang Fan first briefly explained the chaos between the Khitans and the Turks. Then he mentioned that the Empress was getting old, missed her son, and hoped to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital to reunite with him. He didn't clearly point out that the Empress intended to make the Prince of Luling the crown prince. After all, this was something that wasn't clearly stated in the imperial edict. But this way, the two matters became completely unrelated. When Yang Fan brought up the previous matter, it was very abrupt. When Li Xian and his wife heard this, they naturally understood the meaning behind it. For a moment, the husband and wife were pleasantly surprised. They sat there, not knowing what to do. Li Xian composed himself, and his thoughts became clearer. Only then did he ask in confusion, if the Empress wants to see me, she could just send an edict to summon me back to the capital. Now, she has sent a secret edict and even asked for 2 angels to secretly receive me. Why is this? Yang Fan thought for a moment. There were some matters that even if everyone knew about, it was not good to say them out loud. He had to think carefully about how to phrase them. Yang Fan thought for a moment before slowly saying, there will always be some people in the court who do not wish to see Prince and His Majesty reunite, and these people just happen to hold many positions in the military. His Majesty is worried that once the news of Prince's return to the capital gets out, there will be people who will act against Prince. Once the news gets out, it will be impossible to guard against adverse actions against Prince. Does Prince and Princess understand what this subject is saying? Li Xian and his wife naturally understood. The so-called some people were naturally members of the Wu clan. The troops guarding them at Yellow Bamboo Ridge belonged to the Wu clan. Every year, the Wu clan would send people to inspect this place. During and after each inspection, the days of their family would be the most difficult. Their hatred and fear of the Wu clan had been engraved in their bones. Li Xian and his wife silently nodded. Yang Fan sighed and said, thus, this subject snuck in late at night to seek an audience with Prince. This subject wishes to have a good discussion with Prince on how to smoothly take Prince away without being discovered by the people guarding Prince. At the very least, we cannot let them discover us quickly. This way, Prince's trip will be safer. Li Xian was so excited that his lips trembled. How many people did you bring? Yang Fan said, in order to keep it a secret, we did not bring too many people, but they are all elite soldiers. We took 20 people from the 100 cavalry and the inner guards. Including the 2 of us, we have 22 people in total. Li Xian frowned and said somewhat discontentedly, only 22 people? How is that enough? Madame Wei sat at the side with her brows tightly knitted and did not speak. Li Xian was concerned about his safety, and Madame Wei had already started to think about how to sneak Li Xian out without being discovered. She looked down on this useless husband of hers, but she was also very clear that whether or not she could make a comeback completely depended on her husband, because he was a prince. If the current crown prince had already been abandoned by the empress, then her husband would be the first in line to inherit the throne of Li Tang's imperial clan. Madame Wei thought for a long time, then said slowly, they often check on Prince's whereabouts. It is impossible to hide from them forever. But if we can hide it for 5 to 6 days, I still have some confidence. But if it is 5 to 6 days, is it possible? Yang Fan thought for a while and said, 5 to 6 days, we should be able to cover half of the distance. By that time, when they discover us, the time they can use to deal with us will be very short. If Princess can't buy more time, then Let's try our best to buy 5 to 6 days. Madame Wei raised her brows and said resolutely, "All right, then let's do it. Tomorrow morning, I will ask Prince to pretend to be sick, pretending to be infected. This way, they will be too lazy to come and check on him. I estimate that it is possible to buy 5 to 6 days." Yang Fan asked worriedly, "Won't they find a doctor to treat Prince?" Madame Wei smiled and said, "They can't wait for Prince to die as soon as possible. Every time they send someone to patrol, they will try their best to threaten Prince, hoping that Prince will kill himself as soon as possible. Luckily, Prince has a strong and unwavering temperament. Otherwise, they would have fulfilled their wish long ago. Will they find a doctor to treat Prince? Absolutely not." Chapter 786. Yang Fan said, "If that's the case, this plan is very feasible. If your Highness wants to pretend to be sick, we have to let them see that your Highness is sick to dispel their suspicions. Then, at the earliest, we can only take action the day after tomorrow, right?" Madame Wei said, "Correct. If everything goes well, it will be the day after tomorrow. If things don't go well, it may have to be delayed. It is too dangerous for you to sneak in here. Once they find out, it will be hard to avoid falling short of success. Therefore, from now on, before we take His Highness away, don't take the risk to come here again. If everything goes well here, I will hang a red bedsheet in front of the building. You will be able to see it clearly from the bamboo forest in the distance. If you see this red bedsheet, you must make preparations to take His Highness away tonight." Hearing this, Yang Fan was filled with deep veneration. This Empress Wei, who had been trapped in Huangjiling and lived the life of a village woman for more than 10 years, was still able to maintain such a mind and imposing manner. It was truly rare. Uneasily, Li Xian asked, "Wife, aren't you and the children coming with me?" Perhaps in front of the most powerful and callous mother in the world, this former member of the royal family had lost his pride, his courage, and his self-confidence. But because of this, he cherished his family even more. It was often said that there was no family love in the imperial family. However, this son of the Son of Heaven, after losing everything, had only family love, the family love that came from his wife and children. How could he not cherish it? With a hint of joy in her eyes, Madame Wei held his hand tightly and said softly, "Lang Jun, follow the 2 angels back to the capital first. The most important thing is your safety. As long as you can safely reach the capital, we can leave easily. At that time, no one will make things difficult for us." Li Xian opened his mouth, speechless, and nodded. Seeing this, Yang Fan stood up and said, "In that case, this subject will take his leave. After returning, this subject still needs to make some careful arrangements so that we can immediately return to the capital after taking His Highness away." Hearing this, Madame Wei hurriedly stood up and bowed to him, saying, "Everything, I will leave it to the 2 angels." Li Xian and his wife escorted Yang Fan and his wife to the door. The rain was still falling, but the husband and wife didn't open an umbrella. They stood under the curtain of rain, foolishly watching the 2's figures quietly disappear into the night, their eyes filled with hope. Li Xian and his wife only returned to their room when they could no longer be seen. As soon as he returned to his room, Li Xian excitedly hugged Madame Wei, crying in joy, "Imperial Mother has forgiven me. Imperial Mother has allowed me to return to the capital. My wife, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is here. We finally have a way to live." Madame Wei was also very excited. She hugged her husband tightly. Husband and wife hugged for a long time before Madame Wei calmed down. She pulled Li Xian to sit beside the stove. As she added firewood to the dying stove, she warned, "Lang Jun, when you return to the capital, you must be very careful. You must not show any sign of resentment. Whatever Imperial Mother asks, you must answer. You must not carelessly express your opinions. You must pay your respects to Imperial Mother every day. Your attitude must be respectful, and your words and actions must not show the slightest disrespect. You must not even slack off in your heart. Imperial Mother is not so easily deceived. No matter what you think in your heart, you must always remember to tell yourself that Imperial Mother is someone who can let you live and also let you die. In the future, whether you will ascend to the throne of supremacy and become an emperor or once more become a prisoner, it all depends on a single thought of Imperial Mother. Also, Lang Jun can only get close to the people of the Wu clan, not alienate them. Moreover, you must not show the slightest hatred or dissatisfaction. We have missed each other before, so we absolutely cannot make the same mistake again. Whether we are close to or distant from the Wu clan will determine whether our path is right or wrong. If I am not wrong, it is precisely because the Prince of Xiang and the Wu clan have reached an irreconcilable point that you have the opportunity to return to the capital. If this was not the case, Imperial Mother would not have gone to such great lengths to transfer you back. Because in Imperial Mother's heart, you are actually no different from the Prince of Xiang. You are not a son, nor are you a son who is closer to her. You are merely a necessary successor, so that she can live in the imperial court and die as a sacrifice in the imperial ancestral temple, so that she can continue to feed on blood and pass on her legacy. Li Xian nodded his head repeatedly, firmly engraving Madame Wei's words in his heart. Madame Wei glanced at him and couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust because of his incompetence. But in the next moment, this feeling was replaced by a helpless sadness. She lightly held Li Xian's hand and faintly said, "It is also my fault. I should not have forced you to appoint my father's prime minister, causing our family to fall into such a state." Li Xian held her hand and softly said, "This is not your fault. I was too impatient. Imperial Mother held great power, and even if I became emperor, I would only be a puppet. If I wanted to seize back the imperial power, I could only place father-in-law in important positions and use the power of the Wei clan to reorganize my faction. Alas, in the end, Imperial Mother was still a level more skilled." Madame Wei couldn't help but feel moved by these words. Li Xian was quiet for a few moments, then gave a self-deprecating laugh and comforted himself. "Let's not talk about this. Haha, even if I had been as careful as the Prince of Xiang and never made a mistake. So what? If that was the case, the one imprisoned in the Easter Palace today would not be the Prince of Xiang, but me. What difference would there be between the two?" Madame Wei's eyes became moist. She lightly hugged Li Xian and whispered, "Let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, our bitterness has finally come to an end. We should be happy." Li Xian cheerfully said, "That's right. The bitter days have finally come to an end." He lightly caressed his wife's soft shoulder and emotionally said, "Wife, it's all thanks to you these past few years. If not for you, I might have been unable to hold on and killed myself long ago. You are the daughter of a noble family. If you had not married me, you have lived a carefree life of riches and honor. But because of me, you have suffered so much. Today, I, Li Xian, swear to the heavens and the gods that if there comes a day when I, Li Xian, ascend to the throne once more, there will be no restraints between me and my wife. Everything will be yours." Husband. Although Madame Wei sometimes hated her husband for implicating her, sometimes loathed her husband's weakness and incompetence, they were still husband and wife who depended on each other for survival. When she heard Li Xian reveal his true feelings, Madame Wei couldn't help but feel agitated. She tightly hugged Li Xian and choked with sobs. The husband and wife embraced each other for a long time. Only then did Li Xian lightly pat her shoulder and warmly smile, said, "Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we still have to deal with the soldiers. Let's recover our energy first." Madame Wei lightly nodded and released his embrace. Wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, she quietly walked to the bedroom on the other side. In these past few years, Li Xian had lived in fear, day and night, suffering from mental torment. He was both mentally and physically exhausted, and before he was even 50, he had become impotent. The two had been sleeping in separate rooms for 4 or 5 years now. Yang Fan and Gu Zhuding returned to Huangzhou town in the middle of the night. This time, he didn't wake up early in the morning before everyone else in town. Instead, he slept for a long time to replenish his energy. When the cavalrymen and internal guards, who had come to the town in batches every day, saw the irregular symbol he had drawn on the wall of the inn, they knew that the matter had taken shape. They immediately returned to inform their companions who hadn't come to town today and began to adapt. In advance, Yang Fan had devised a few plans, each one corresponding to a symbol. One plan was to follow the method he had used to leave Luoyang. After fetching the Queen of Luling, they would meet up with the circus in Fangling and use them as a cover to quietly return to the capital. However, this plan had already been abandoned because the garrison of Huangzhuling was too strict with the Prince of Luling. Consort Wei said that she could hide the news of the Prince of Luling's departure for 5 to 6 days at most. Considering that some unexpected events might shorten this time, it was impossible to secretly return to the capital in disguise. Of the remaining plans, Yang Fan chose the most direct one. Once he fetched the Prince of Luling, he would immediately escort him to Luoyang at full speed. In this way, they would travel day and night, and in 5 to 6 days, they would be able to cover at least half of the distance. Even if the garrison of Huangzhuling discovered that the Prince of Luling had disappeared and sent a messenger pigeon or some other means of communication to the capital to send people to intercept him, the other party wouldn't be able to make any more arrangements. If they were lucky, he might already appear in the palace with the Prince of Luling before the two sides even met. Only when it was close to noon did Yang Fan stealthily make his way to Huangzhuling. Today, he had only gone up the mountain to see if the Princess of Luling had sent a signal. He only needed one person to go. It would have been the same if he had sent Gu Zhuting, but Yang Fan used the important matter and had to see it with his own eyes as an excuse and snatched this task. There was still a young girl with a pitiful background waiting for him on the mountain. Yang Fan had already promised to take her out of the fiery pit, so he had to go see her today and make some arrangements for her. Yang Fan easily snuck into Huangzhuling and first circled around to a place where he could observe the residence of the Prince of Luling. At first glance, he saw a red bedsheet in the courtyard. Perhaps fearing that he wouldn't see it, Madame Wei had specially tied a rope between the two bamboo buildings. The red bedsheet was draped over the rope, making it look like a bright flag. "It's done." Yang Fan clasped his fist and took another careful look. After confirming that there was no mistake, he excitedly rushed to the spring. That was the place he had agreed to meet Jiu Kai. Today, Jiu Kai was wearing a multicolored dress. The dress was as shabby as ever, and it even seemed a little loose. Perhaps it was someone else's dress, but from the quality, the embroidery, and the style, one could still see how expensive and gorgeous this dress had once been. Jiu Kai walked back and forth by the spring, occasionally startling the fluttering butterflies in the grass and flowers. "Why isn't he here yet?" Jiu Kai looked at the sky and vexedly threw a stone into the calm lake, stirring up ripples. "It's already so late, and he still hasn't come. It looks like he won't come again." Jiu Kai sat down dejectedly by the lake, regret and disappointment gnawing at her heart like a poisonous snake. "I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I've seen so many people on this mountain, and none of them would give you any benefits for no reason, not to mention that he's a cultivator who doesn't care about worldly affairs. I should have given up everything and firmly bound his heart so that he wouldn't abandon me." Jiu Kai looked at the beautiful face in the lake, which didn't seem to belong to a mortal woman, and in her self-reproach, tears of pain unknowingly crept up her cheeks. They gently slid down her cheeks, down her sharp chin, and fell into the clear lake water. She had originally thought that her rough life was the greatest pain in the world, but now she realized that the greatest pain was when someone gave you hope only to cruelly take it away. Jiu Kai. In her daze, she seemed to hear Yang Fan's call again, and this call was like a needle stabbing into her heart. No, it seems to be real. Hearing the call getting clearer and clearer, Jiu Kai suddenly quivered and turned around in surprise. Chapter 787. Brother Chiao. Jiu Kai was like a happy little magpie as she dove into Yang Fan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her smiling face was streaked with tears. A pair of soft little pigeons clung tightly to Yang Fan's chest, and the heart inside was beating rapidly. Yang Fan saw the tears of joy in her eyes and didn't have time to react to her passionate embrace. "What is it? I thought Brother Qiao wouldn't come again." Jiu Kai. Her pursed her lips and spoke in a nasally, cute voice. Her eyes were still glistening with tears as she smiled. "I was the one who scared myself. Brother Qiao didn't lie to me." Yang Fan found it a bit funny as he helplessly shook his head. Without a trace, he untied the pair of soft, jade-like arms around his neck and said, "I was just delayed by some matters. How could I not come when I promised you?" Jiu Kai nodded happily like a chick pecking at rice. "Brother Qiao, you said you could take me away in a day or two. It's already been a day. Can I leave with you today or tomorrow?" Jiu Kai was a little excited, but also a little worried and terrified. Her pair of enchanting eyes stared unblinkingly at Yang Fan, hoping to hear a satisfactory answer from his mouth. Yang Fan's eyes flashed. Before he could speak, Jiu Kai lowered her head again and said timidly, "Uncle has failed time and time again and is getting angry from embarrassment. He said he wanted to betroth me to someone. That man is a cook in the village. He looks like a butcher. He's fat and fierce. He used to have a woman, but he beat her to death when he was drunk. I'm scared. I'm really scared." Jiu Kai wrapped the belt around her slender fingers as she spoke timidly. She didn't notice that Yang Fan was already nodding. Yang Fan said, "And I came here today to ask you if you can come out tonight." Jiu Kai suddenly raised her head, her eyes widening nervously as she asked, "Brother Qiao, you mean?" Yang Fan said, "I want to bring you down the mountain tonight." Jiu Kai's mouth was slightly open for a long time before she suddenly cried out happily, Yes, of course. I'll stay here tonight. I'll wait for Brother Qiao to take me away." Yang Fan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's good that you can come out. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to go out when the time comes." Jiu Kai curled her lips and said, "They don't care if I live or die. I can sneak out." She threw herself into Yang Fan's arms again. "Brother Qiao, you're the best. You're my savior for life." Yang Fan felt slightly uncomfortable. He wasn't used to such intimacy and was about to gently push her away when Jiu Kai suddenly let go of him and said urgently, "Brother Qiao, we're leaving tonight. Can you stop looking for the bamboo treasure for now?" Yang Fan thought to himself, "I've already found the bamboo treasure I'm looking for. There's nothing else I want in this bamboo forest." Seeing him nod, Jiu Kai was overjoyed. She grabbed his hand and said, "Brother Qiao, come with me." Jiu Kai began to run through the bamboo forest, and Yang Fan, who was being pulled by her, involuntarily followed behind her. Not long after, they came to a place where there was a cliff that was half the height of a person. There were many vines hanging down from the cliff, intertwining into a green net that hung all the way to the ground. Jiu Kai let go of Yang Fan's hand and spun around. As she spun, her large skirt opened up like 5 colored petals, revealing a pair of jade-like calves. Jiu Kai panted and her eyes lit up. "Brother Qiao, come in and see. This is my little house." Jiu Kai parted the vines and crawled in. Yang Fan curiously followed her in. The top of the rock was about the height of a person, so it was not difficult to stand on it. It was about 7 feet deep, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of bamboo branches and soft grass. It was like a big bed. Jiu Kai's legs moved together, and she jumped happily. Her skirt rose and fell again. When it fell, she was already happily sitting on the soft grass bed. The 7-colored skirt spread out around her. The grass was like lotus leaves, and the skirt was like lotus flowers. She sat in the middle like the pistil of a flower. "Brother Qiao, come." Jiu Kai smiled and patted the soft grass bed. Yang Fan sat down on the side of the bed and smelled the natural fragrance of the grass. He smiled and looked around. "Not bad, just like what we cultivators call paradise. I didn't think that there would be such a place in Huangzhuling. Moreover, there's a beautiful fairy in this blessed enclave." Yang Fan turned around and smiled at Jiu-Tsai. Jiu Kai touched her face and said happily, "Brother Qiao, am I really beautiful?" She knew that she was beautiful. She knew it since she was young, and as she grew into a young girl, she understood this even more. It wasn't like she didn't see the lustful gazes of the men in the village, but she didn't know just how beautiful she was. This was an isolated mountain village. How beautiful could a village girl be? It was said that there were many beauties in Chang and in Luoyang. Beauties from all over the world would gather there, whether they were willing or not. Brother Ma Xiao was someone who had seen the world and was a cultivator with a strong will. Jiu Kai didn't have the confidence that her beauty would be able to charm him. Hearing Yang Fan say this, Jiu Kai was very happy and her confidence increased. But she still lowered her head shyly and rolled up her clothes. She pretended to be shy and said, "That's not it. Brother Qiao has seen many things and must have seen many beautiful women. How am I compared to them?" Yang Fan smiled. Indeed, there are many beautiful women in the world. Especially in the big cities, there are many beauties and they know how to dress. Many times, a person who looks like a goddess will become a horrible sight once they take off their makeup. So to see if a woman is truly beautiful, you can only know after she takes off her makeup. Jiu Kai bit her thin lips and thought for a moment. Then she suddenly crawled towards Yang Fan. An extremely beautiful girl was like a wild and untamed raccoon in a wild cave with hanging vines. She was like a wild and untamed raccoon, twisting her perky buttocks as she climbed toward a man with an enchanting elegance. What kind of feeling was that? Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He wasn't a saint. When a type of beauty reached its peak, his heart would also be moved. Then, Brother Qiao, can you see if I have makeup on? So close. Her breath was like orchids, and her nose was like goose fat. When she spoke, he could even see her sparrow-like red tongue. Yang Fan looked at her delicate skin, so smooth that it seemed to be able to reflect his own shadow. No, of course not. I rarely praise a woman's beauty, but I have to admit that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How can a person be so beautiful? A hint of pride flashed across Jiu Kai's eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. The ancients said that a woman's lack of talent is virtue, and the first virtue of a woman is her appearance. This little girl must be too lacking in virtue. That's why I was born. Jiu Kai giggled, and Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh as well. Jiu Kai smiled. The smile on her face was like a ripple in the water, slowly fading away. Then she slowly calmed down. Her black, gem-like eyes became brighter and brighter. Big Brother Qiao, Jiu Kai likes you. N. Yang Fan's eyebrows rose. What entered his eyes was a small pink mouth. A soft and light mouth gently kissed his. Yang Fan's body froze. Jiu Kai, we can't. Yang Fan refused, but his tone was not firm. This was a place that could easily bring out one's true nature. With such a beautiful person, it was hard for people to not have any desires. Why not? I can see that Brother Qiao likes me, and I also like Brother Qiao. Liking doesn't mean you have to possess. Yang Fan did not finish his sentence. This time, Jiu Kai was like a nimble kitten, pouncing on a skylark that was pecking at its feathers. Her body was very soft, but it was enough to push Yang Fan down, throwing him onto the soft and bouncy bed of grass. Brother Qiao, take me, Jiu Kai whispered in Yang Fan's ear, her trembling voice causing Yang Fan's blood to pump even faster. I'm still a virgin, but if I stay on this mountain, I don't know how long I can stay. Brother Qiao, you're willing to take me away. You're not only saving this servant's body, but also this servant's heart. This servant is willing to serve brother for the rest of my life. I am willing to be a servant or a servant. Jiu Kai hugged Yang Fan tightly, muttering intimately as she tore at his clothes. Yang Fan had always believed that men were the ones who took the initiative. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation, where he would be in a situation where he was reluctant to give in, but facing such a beautiful girl, he really couldn't hold on to his will. Jiu Kai boldly took off his clothes as she shyly buried her jade-like face into his chest. Yang Fan did not notice that there was a seductive smile on Jiu Kai's face. There was a trace of slyness hidden in her eyes, the slyness of a prey that had fallen into her trap. She was still worried, even though she could see that Yang Fan's promise was sincere. But it was said that women's hearts were fickle and men were the same. One moment, they could sweat and bleed for you. The next moment, they could change their minds and heartlessly deny any promise they made to you. She had enough of this Huang Zhuling. She had enough of this life. She wanted to leave. She wanted to jump out of this little world and jump into a bigger, more exciting space. But what did she have? Born in a wealthy family, with the support of their fathers, they could live a carefree life. Courageous and strong, they could enlist in the army and use their military merits to earn a better life. Studying hard, even if they could not pass the imperial examinations, they could still become officials. All of this was the path of a man. She was a woman, so what did she have? The heavens had only bestowed upon her an incomparably beautiful appearance and a snow-white body. These were her only assets. She wanted to change her way of living, so she wanted to invest her only capital into the man who could change her life. A breeze blew, causing the vines to sway like a green net. A naked white goat was like a fish in the net. The fish in the net wanted to use its carefully woven net to capture the man's heart. The wind blew, the net swayed, and the straw bed was like a boat. Chapter 788. Tonight, there were only stars but no moon. When one raised their head, they could see the dazzling stars in the sky, as if they could pluck one with just a stretch of their hand. At this moment, Yang Fan had plucked one. Tonight, he had plucked the brightest star in the yellow bamboo ridge. A cool breeze blew, cooling the bamboo mountain in the night. The bamboo forest in the distance formed a patch of sparse shadows under the starlight. It was like a landscape painting that was painted with ink. The only difference was that this painting could move. Every time the wind blew, it would sway in a style unique to midnight. Perhaps, if the moonlight was like a veil, this scene would be even more enchanting, but this kind of scenery wasn't bad either. For perceptive people, it had a tranquility that penetrated the heart. However, Yang Fan had no time to appreciate this scenery, let alone compare day and night, rain and snow, starlight and moonlight, to see what kind of different style this yellow bamboo ridge would have. At this moment, he was supporting Prince of Luling, Li Xian, as they trudged along the rugged mountain path. Clap, clap, clap. Beside him, Gu Zhuding clapped her hands 3 times, and several figures immediately leaped out of the bamboo forest in front. Lieutenant Yang, Gao Ying, and Lan Yiqing, who were walking in front, hurried over. Yang Fan said, "This is Prince of Luling." The 2 women immediately stopped and saluted together with the cavalrymen behind them. "This humble subject greets Prince of Luling." Prince of Luling's face was filled with excitement. He nervously nodded and wanted to say, "Dispense with the formalities," but his throat was a little choked and he couldn't say anything. Yang Fan said, "Protect His Highness." Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing immediately stepped forward and took Prince of Luling from Yang Fan's hands, one on the left and one on the right. Gu Zhuding whispered into Yang Fan's ear, "Lang, can we start the fire now?" Yang Fan said to her in a low voice, "Not now. I still have something to do. Take His Highness to hide under the walls of the stronghold. After I finish my business here, I will send out the signal to attack. When a stronghold is on fire, you will protect His Highness down mountain. Everything will go according to plan. I will chase after you." Somewhat astonished, Gu Zhuding wondered what else Yang Fan had not done. However, under such circumstances, she was unable to ask any questions, so she could only nod and take the lead. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing supported the Prince of Luling and followed closely behind her, while the other 100 cavalrymen spread out to stand guard around them. With a series of rustling footsteps, the group disappeared into the bamboo forest up ahead. Seeing that they had already left, Yang Fan immediately dashed into the bamboo thicket. He still had to bring Jiu Kai, to the spring. Thinking of Jiu Kai, he recalled the passionate and charming scene in the Wisteria Cave. His mind suddenly felt like a bamboo forest shrouded in a thin layer of mist, faintly discernible. There were always some things that he wanted to capture that he could not. She easily got rid of the clothes that were one size larger than her. Then, like a snake that had shed its skin, she wriggled her fresh, tender, pink, beautiful, and flawless body in his arms. She was as gentle as a cat and as cute as a rabbit. Her small snow-white breasts were like jade bowls, perfectly inlaid on her youthful body that exuded boundless temptation. She was so passionate that there was even a hint of worship in her expression, like a little slave girl who had infinite admiration for her master. She was trying her best to please him and make him feel as if he was in the clouds. When his consciousness returned to his body, he saw a waterfall of black hair draped over his crotch, and a pretty face that was as pure as a flower's pistil was hidden in that waterfall of black hair. A warm and moist feeling continuously assaulted his heart, causing him to involuntarily tighten the muscles on his buttocks, which were as hard as iron. A tender and beautiful little face, a small tongue sucking, and a soft and beautiful line of lips conveyed a kind of yellow and tender spring feeling between the inhalation and exhalation. Pure and charming, tender and delicate, it formed the most impactful picture. Yang Fan was a little confused by her technique. An inexperienced girl might understand these things, but he could only feel soft and beautiful lips, a nimble tongue, and a warm mouth. There was not the slightest sound of teeth chattering. Could this also be a kind of instinct? But he didn't have time to think too much about it. Bursts of pleasure disintegrated his mind, and the beautiful face and the incomparably seductive movements produced a strong impact, destroying his will until he couldn't bear it anymore. Other than releasing, he still wanted to release, so he turned the tables on her. Her petite and exquisite body was turned into a crescent moon by him. Her smooth, white, and tender buttocks glowed with a hazy, warm, and flirtatious light. Her astonishingly thin waist was like a small bridge on the flowing water. With a graceful and smooth curve, it led a man's desire to the other side of the heaven. Yang Fan walked on the road to heaven without hesitation and tried his best to send his body and even his soul into the world of bliss. Until he was in a state of contentment, he heavily pressed on that tender and beautiful body. That body looked so weak that it couldn't even stand a gust of wind, but it was like a tube of flexible bamboo. Even a slight breeze could make it sway, but no matter how strong the storm was, it could still silently endure it. When Yang Fan released his impulse, he felt pity for the fairer sex. He felt some regret. Regret that he shouldn't have accepted her. What had already happened, and he had always disdained meaningless regrets. He only regretted that he shouldn't have been so reckless. After all, she was still a young girl who had just experienced the world, so how could she withstand his torrential assault? Fortunately, she gently lay on the extremely elastic grass bed, panting. Her red face and eyes were slightly narrowed, like a cat that had just eaten its fill. There was not a trace of pain on her face. Yang Fan remembered that a man should take pity on a woman, so he wanted to do something gentle to remedy the situation. But he discovered that there was not a single trace of blood on the meadow. When he asked about it, Er's face was blank. She covered her rosy body with her clothes and looked in confusion at the meadow. Then she looked at Yang Fan and muttered to herself, "Why isn't there any?" Tears flowed out like a spring. Cried very sadly. She tightly gripped Yang Fan's hand and said in fear, "Brother Chiao, I don't know. I really don't know why. I only have you as a man. I didn't lie to you. I really didn't," she cried sorrowfully. Her thin lips were bleeding from her neat white teeth, but she didn't even notice. Yang Fan's heart softened. He didn't want to pursue this matter anymore. When he was in Nanyang, he knew that there were some young girls who worked from a young age, climbing trees and picking coconuts. Indeed, even their first night would not necessarily be witnessed by blood. He didn't understand why, but he had heard the Nanyang girls talk about this before. Since lived on this mountain, she must have done a lot of climbing since she was young, so this did not prove anything. Furthermore, since he had taken her body, he naturally had to give her an explanation. He had already decided to bring this girl into the Yang family. Perhaps he was still infatuated with this girl's beauty and body, and had not developed any feelings of love. But since he had taken her body, he had to do his part as a man. When taking a concubine, No one cared about what a concubine had done in the past. There was no lack of nobles and celebrities in the capital who would take in a famous courtesan and make her their most beloved concubine. Yang Fan would not care too much about a concubine's past. With her incomparable beauty, it was very easy for a man to become more tolerant and tolerant. Yang Fan was just a little displeased. He was displeased by her deception. However, Yang Fan could not be sure that she was lying. Her tears, her sorrowful eyes, and the painful expression on her face when she bit her lips, all of these made Yang Fan's suspicions disappear. He could not believe that this expression was fake. She was only a 16-year-old girl. How could she have such exquisite acting skills? But once suspicions were born, it was not so easy to get rid of them. Jiukai-er's sorrowful, and heartbroken tears had once washed away the suspicions in his heart. But now that they were heading towards the meeting place, the doubts that had dispersed quietly returned like dark clouds. Her previous initiative, her performance, and the fact that she did not bleed afterwards, all of these suspicious points made Yang Fan unable to get rid of them. However, this kind of experience could not be used as a basis to make a conclusive judgment. Yang Fan had already thought of a possibility. If she was really hiding it, if she was lying, then thinking about the situation she had told him before, perhaps she had lied before. With her peerless beauty and the fact that she had lost the protection of her parents, it would not be easy for her to protect herself. Perhaps she had been bullied before. If that was the case, she would have been so angry when she found out that he had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. That was why she had wanted to smash him to death so decisively. This kind of extreme reaction seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, Yang Fan decided that even if his guess was true, he would not expose it. It was not her fault, but her misfortune. He had to forgive her and accept her. No matter how unbearable it was all in the past. In the future, with him, this misfortune would never happen again. Yang Fan rushed to the mouth of the spring. After calling out softly, Jiukai jumped out of the grass like a startled rabbit and threw herself into his arms. "Older brother Qiao, you're finally here. I was so scared. I've never been hiding here so late at night." Having put down the knot in his heart, Yang Fan smiled softly and stroked her hair. He said in a low voice, "Did your family notice?" Jiukai replied in a cute nasal voice and nodded in his arms. "No, I snuck out while they were asleep." Yang Fan said with relief, "That's good. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's go." "Okay." Jiukai happily agreed before realizing something was wrong. "Older brother Qiao, this is not the direction to go down the mountain." Yang Fan said, "I know, I still have something to do. Come with me." Yang Fan pulled the confused Jiukai to a protruding rock and said to her, "Wait for me here." After saying that, Yang Fan leaped onto the rock and took out a match from his bosom. He pulled out the stopper and blew it hard. The match emitted a flame. Yang Fan immediately raised it and waved it in a big circle in the direction of the dark village. He waved it 3 times in a row. In a flash, a red circle also appeared in the village and waved 3 times in his direction. Yang Fan put away the match and jumped down from the rock. Holding Jiukai-er's soft hand, he said in a low voice, "Come, follow me down a mountain." When Yang Fan was halfway down the mountain path, a house in the village suddenly burst into flames. The flames quickly lit up the sky. Jiukai turned her head and realized, so he had helpers. Starting the fire was to attract the attention of the guards, so they could escape the mountain. She was pulled by Yang Fan as they ran. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the fire and the commotion in the village. She silently said goodbye in her heart. "I'm sorry. Father, Mother, I'm leaving. I don't want to live in a place like this. I want to change my way of living. I'm leaving forever, forever." Chapter 789. There's a fire. There's a fire. A soldier standing on top of a bamboo building suddenly saw the fire in the village and hurriedly ran to the side of the bamboo building, tiptoeing to look into the distance. A soldier on another bamboo building 100 paces away had also lost his spear. Because he couldn't see clearly from the angle, he climbed up the fence of the bamboo building and hugged a pillar with one hand, peering into the village. After guarding the mountain for 16 years, No matter how disciplined or vigilant the soldiers were, they would slack off. Moreover, some of these soldiers were already the second generation and had grown up on this mountain. Huh? Whose house is on fire? Huh? Look at the fire. It's over, it's over. It's definitely going to burn to the ground. If the building is gone, we could just chop some bamboo to rebuild it. The jars and jars at home have all been burned, so we'll have to buy new ones. How tragic. The soldier who had leaped onto the bamboo building said gloatingly, Shang Xiaoping, do you see clearly? Whose house is this? In the distance, the soldier called Shang Xiaoping replied loudly, Who the hell knows? Heh, it must be some lazy wife who didn't extinguish the fire while she was sleeping. Sparks flew out from the stove. How unlucky! Just as the two of them were chatting and laughing, Gu Zhuding led the way while Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing supported the prince of Luling and quietly crossed the bamboo wall. Behind them, several hundred cavalrymen were on guard below the bamboo buildings on both sides. As long as the soldiers above noticed anything out of the ordinary, they would start a massacre at all costs. However, the two soldiers on top of the bamboo building were still laughing and looking at the fire in the village and didn't notice anything at all. Only then did Yu Ziqing and the other 100 cavalrymen quietly retreat to cover the prince of Luling as he charged through the second checkpoint. That house seems to be burning, seems to be. Shang Xiaoping, who was watching the commotion, suddenly climbed up the fence and stretched his neck to look into the distance. F***CK. That's my house, that's my house. Plop. He lost his footing and fell from the top of the bamboo building. Luckily, the ground was soft and overgrown with weeds, so he wasn't injured. Shang Xiaoping immediately got up and ran into the village. As he ran, he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Wife! Yaji, my newly married wife, you better not. Burn your face. Yang Fan pulled Jiu Kai and hid in the bushes. He watched as Shang Xiaoping ran past him like a bull. He held Jiu Kai's hand and said, Let's go. Outside the yellow bamboo ridge, there was a forest that extended out. This place was no longer just bamboo, but all kinds of plants. The further out one went, the more trees there were. It was a very good hiding place. The hundreds of cavalry and internal guards who were camping in the surrounding villages of Yellow Bamboo Town had already settled their tents and left their residences in the evening, gathering here. Each of them was equipped with a healthy horse, and they also prepared a long-distance carriage. This place was already 3 li away from the first line of defense on the Yellow Bamboo Ridge, so they did not have to worry that the horses' hooves would be heard. When they arrived, Huang Xuchang and Su Liang went up to welcome them. When they saw Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing supporting a person, they knew that this person was undoubtedly the Prince of Luling and immediately went forward to pay their respects. The Prince of Luling was in seclusion on the Yellow Bamboo Ridge. Although this place was picturesque, he had almost never left the courtyard. Moreover, he had been living in fear all day, his heart was failing, and his body was extremely weak. As a result, he did not feel anything amidst his nervousness as he walked from the top to the bottom of the mountain. For the next 3 li, although Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing did their best to support him, he was still panting and sweating from exhaustion. However, he was still in a very good mood. After being able to escape from the Yellow Bamboo Ridge and seeing everyone paying their respects to him, Li Xian gradually regained some of the feeling he had when he was a prince, crown prince, and emperor. He did his best to calm his breathing, wiped away the sweat on his forehead with a wave of his sleeve, and grunted in a low voice. After meeting the Prince of Luling, Huang Xuchang swept his eyes across the area and did not see any trace of Yang Fan. Alarmed, he hurriedly asked Gao Ying, Where's Yang Xiaowei? Did something happen to him? Gu Zhuding answered, Yang Xiaowei is in charge of bringing up the rear. He specifically told us to immediately take his highness and set off. He will naturally catch up. Gu Zhuding paused, then said, I'll stay behind to provide support. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang did not have time to ask any more questions. Upon hearing Yang Fan's order, they immediately set off. Other than the 2 cavalrymen responsible for setting fire to the mountain, there were 18 people left. 17 of them mounted their horses, One of them helped the Prince of Luling onto the carriage, and then sat on the driver's seat. Reaching out to shake the reins, the light carriage galloped away. This place was still close to the yellow bamboo ridge. The hooves of the horses were all wrapped in soft cloth, and their mouths were reined in so that they could not neigh. Landing on the ground with a soft thud, they soon disappeared into the boundless night. When Shang Xiaoping found his wife and found that the fire did not burn her face, he relaxed and began to scold his wife for not looking after the fire when she was sleepy at night. His parents, brothers, and neighbors who lived in the neighboring courtyard hurriedly came forward to mediate. While they were busy, Yang Fan had already left the yellow bamboo ridge and arrived at the dense forest 3 li down the mountain. "Alang!" Gu Zhuding quickly went forward to greet him. As she called out to Yang Fan, she glanced in astonishment at Jiu Kai, who was standing beside Yang Fan. Just now, when she saw the figure, Gu Zhuding knew that it was a woman and not one of the 100 cavalrymen left behind on the mountain. Now that she had come closer, although the sky was not very bright due to the starry sky, she could still vaguely make out the girl's appearance. She saw that her beautiful hair was draped over her shoulders, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the night sky. She could not help but be slightly stunned. When Jiu Kai saw that the person who came to greet Yang Fan was actually a beautiful woman with a short sword in her hand, she could not help but roll her eyes. Didn't Ma Qiao say that he is a Taoist cultivator of external alchemy? Why does he have such a beautiful woman as his maid? Don't tell me she is from the dual cultivation sect? Her eyes were bright and intelligent. In the eyes of men, they might only feel that she was charming and cute, but in Gu Zhuding's eyes, it was a kind of cunning that did not belong to a girl of her age. No, it was cunning. Gu Zhuding felt a kind of disgust in her heart. Sometimes, a person's impression was only at the first glance. With just one glance, Gu Zhuding already disliked this girl. Already left? Yang Fan glanced at the forest and asked Gu Zhuding. Gu Zhuding looked at him curiously, but he did not explain Jiu Kai's origin to Gu Zhuding. Other than his wife, the one who was in charge of this matter with him, Huang Xuchong, and Gao Ying, he did not need to explain to anyone else. Seeing that Yang Fan had no intention of explaining, Gu Zhuding withdrew her inquisitive gaze and said, "Yes. According to Alang's instructions, they have already left. They have been gone for about half an hour." Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Jiu Kai. "Jiu Kai, this is Sister Gu." Jiu Kai was pondering what Yang Fan meant by already left. Listening to his conversation with this beautiful woman, it seemed that his identity was not as simple as a Taoist cultivator who came to the mountain to collect herbs. However, Jiu Kai was not too worried. She could feel that Yang Fan did not have any malicious intentions towards her. Moreover, she was now much more confident in her own beauty and charm. Although she felt that Yang Fan was not as simple as a Taoist cultivator, she discovered that Yang Fan still had a considerable amount of strength. Perhaps he was even more impressive than a Taoist cultivator. This made her secretly happy. She did not choose the wrong person. With this man, she would definitely be able to live a different life. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Jiu Kai immediately calmed herself down and bowed to Gu Zhuding, saying with an innocent expression, "Jiu Kai greets Sister Gu." Gu Zhuding responded indifferently and didn't say anything else. Yang Fan then said to Gu Zhuding, "You guys stay here, I'll go back and pick up the brothers who stay behind." Gu Zhuding nodded and watched as Yang Fan flew away. She turned to the side and stroked the horse's mane before leaning her back against the tree and closing her eyes to rest. Sensing Gu Zhuding's hostility, Jiu Kai could not help but frown. She could feel that Gu Zhuding's unfriendliness was mostly because of Yang Fan, so her lips curled up slightly, and she turned her head away with a hint of disdain. Jiu Kai sneered disdainfully in her heart, but her eyes were greedily looking at everything around her. Ever since she could remember, she had never left the mountain, nor had she ever seen what it was like below the mountain. Every day, it was the same sky, the same bamboo forest, and she could only hear about the outside world through the mouths of others. Today, she finally saw the outside world with her own eyes. Even though all she could see was darkness, it was, after all, a completely different scenery from the grass and trees on the mountain that she had been familiar with for 16 years. Yang Fan had brought back 200 guards. The ones who were responsible for setting the fire were Zhang Qi and Tian Yin. The two of them were not very skilled in martial arts, but their movement techniques were not bad. They were able to leap onto roofs and vault over walls as light as swallows. When the two of them saw Jiu Kai, their faces were filled with shock. Yang Fan did not say much and ordered, "Leave immediately." Zhang Qi and Tian Yin hurriedly agreed and untied the reins of their horses. Gu Zhuting also mounted her horse. Looking at the tall horse, Jiu Kai timidly said to Yang Fan, "Brother Qiao, I don't know how to ride a horse." "Brother Qiao?" This little girl calls Commander Yang Fan Brother Qiao. There seems to be some unspeakable story here. Zhang Qi and Tian Yin looked at the beautiful girl who could not hide her natural beauty in the darkness, and then looked at Yang Fan. Their curiosity was suddenly aroused. "I didn't prepare a horse for you in the first place. I'll carry you," Gu Zhuting said coldly. Her legs pressed against the horse's abdomen, and she went to Jiu Kai side. Bending down, she lifted her onto the horse's back. Jiu Kai really had never ridden a horse before. Being suddenly in such a high place, she could not sit steadily, and her hands could not hold her body firmly. She could not help but feel a little afraid. Gu Zhuting calmly said, "Sit tight." Although he did not like her, he still stretched out a hand to hold her waist. His right hand whipped the horse, and it immediately galloped away. Yang Fan said to Zhang Qi and Tian Yin, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you moving?" Yang Fan whipped his horse and chased after Gu Zhuting and Jiu Tsai, who were galloping away. Chapter 790. Leaving Zhushan District, they followed Jushui all the way north, heading straight for Mount Yong near Gu City. By the time the sky brightened, Yang Fan's party was already 40 li away from Huangzhuling. They were exhausted and sweating profusely. The route Yang Fan had deliberately chosen did not have any villages or towns ahead. Once they were tired, they turned into a kernel. The carriage carrying the Prince of Luling still had several large bundles on it. At this time, they rested their horses, took out the bundles, changed their clothes, and had Gu Zhuting put on some makeup for them. The soft pads on the hooves of the war horses were removed, and their night clothes were changed into the casual clothes that they were used to wearing on long journeys. It was impossible for such a group of people to not attract attention, but if they disguised the female guards as men, they wouldn't attract too much attention. It was impossible for Gu Zhuting to disguise everyone in such a short amount of time. It should be known that it took her 4 hours to disguise Yang Fan for the first time. After that, it would take her at least half an hour to touch up her makeup. There were more than 20 people here, so how could she have the time to do it one by one? Riding a fine horse for the entire journey, Jiu Kai was on tenterhooks at the beginning, her muscles tensed up. After a while, she realized that there was no danger and that the feeling of riding the wind was rather good. As a result, she relaxed her body and mind and began to enjoy this novel feeling that she had never experienced before. Along the way, the scenery that was completely different from the scenery on Yellow Bamboo Ridge entered her eyes one by one. Every one of them was a novelty. She even observed the carriage that had its curtains tightly drawn and did not know what important person or thing was hiding inside for a long time with great interest. She was very interested in the wheels that turned normally despite the bumpy road and did not fall apart as she had expected. Her special experiences gave her much more experience than other girls of her age. Perhaps it would take an ordinary person several decades to gain, but in other aspects, her knowledge was even inferior to that of a 3-year-old child. Ever since she was born, she had never seen those things. Gu Zhuting was helping some of the female guards to make up their appearances. Yang Fan first rushed to the carriage and secretly discussed something with the people in the carriage. After that, he hid in the forest, changed out of his martial attire, and changed into a very ordinary set of clothes. At this time, it was not Jiu Kai's turn to change her appearance. She was idly looking around on the hillside. The actions of Yang Fan and the others were extremely strange, causing Jiu Kai or to suspect that they were a group of bandits. But she was only curious, not afraid. The dangerous environment she had been in had given her the ability to sense whether others had good or bad intentions towards her. Perhaps she would be wrong about one or two people's attitudes, but with so many people, she could be sure that they didn't have any ill intentions towards her. Therefore, as long as the other party had no ill intentions towards her, then she would not care who the other party was. No matter who the other party was, no matter what the other party's identity was, no matter where the other party took her, was there a place more annoying to her than the Huang Zhuling where she was trapped? Ouch! Zhou Kai'er was so focused on looking around that she didn't pay attention to her feet. A shallow dent appeared on the ground, causing her to sprain her ankle. It didn't hurt her tendons, but it hurt a bit. Zhou Kai'er hopped a few times with a pained expression on her face. "You're so careless," looking around while walking. Yang Fan walked over and asked her, "Is it serious?" Zhou Kai'er stepped on the ground with the tip of her foot and smiled sweetly at him. "It's nothing. It doesn't hurt." Yang Fan said, "That's good. Let's go. I'll take you to change your clothes. You need to change your appearance as well." "Oh." Zhou Kai'er hopped a few times on her tiptoes before changing to a normal pace. She followed obediently by Yang Fan's side and asked softly, "Brother Qiao, why do you have to be so secretive? Are they picking herbs with Brother Qiao?" Yang Fan's footsteps paused, and he said hesitantly, "The situation here is very complicated. I can't explain it to you in a short amount of time. Don't ask too much. Don't worry. You are my woman now. I won't harm you. I will explain this matter to you later." Zhou Kai'er bit her lips and nodded obediently, saying in a soft voice, "I won't ask. I'll listen to Brother Qiao, but I only have one thing to ask of Brother Qiao." Yang Fan didn't think much of it at first, but now that the two of them had the most intimate relationship, it was a little awkward to hear her call him Brother Qiao again. But if he wanted to explain now, it would be a lot more long-winded. As long as he listened to her request, he asked, "What is it?" Zhou Kai'er blushed a little and said in a small voice, "I want to ride with Brother Qiao when we travel. Is that okay?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Okay. What's wrong with that?" Yellow Bamboo Ridge, the Prince of Luling's home. Consort Wei looked at the children gathered in the hall with a gloomy expression. Even though Li Xian's health had been deteriorating in recent years, and he was gradually losing the ability to have sex, he used to be very productive and had many children. He had 4 sons, Li Zhongruan, Li Zhongfu, Li Zhongjuan, and Li Zhongmao, and 7 daughters. Among them, only the eldest son, the 3rd daughter, the 4th daughter, and the youngest daughter, who was also the most doted upon by him and his wife, the 7th daughter, were Wei Shi's biological children. At this moment, the family was so nervous because 7th Princess Li Gui'er had disappeared. When they woke up in the morning, the sisters didn't see Gui'er. At the time, they didn't think too much of it because among the Prince of Luling's family, only this Li Gui'er was blessed by heaven. She could roam around Yellow Bamboo Ridge without being criticized. Even the commander of the garrison, Jia Xing, liked her. Gui'er was a princess, so Jia Xing didn't dare to officially take her as his adopted daughter. But in the stronghold, Gui'er had always called him godfather, and Jia Xing didn't deny this. Because of this, the Prince of Luling's family lived with their tails between their legs and didn't dare to leave the house unless necessary. Li Gui'er was the only exception. Last night, a house in the stronghold caught fire, and Li Gui'er disappeared early in the morning. The sisters didn't think much of it, thinking that their little sister had gone to check on the fire. When she didn't come back during breakfast, the family didn't pay much attention to it. But when she still didn't show up in the afternoon, Madame Wei became a little anxious. Because the Prince of Luling was sick at home, Madame Wei didn't dare to be ostentatious, and she didn't dare to ask people carelessly. She only sent her eldest son out to look for her, but of course, there was no trace of her. It was then that the family discovered a row of small words carved on the wall next to Li Gui'er's bed. It said that she didn't want to spend the rest of her life on this yellow bamboo ridge. She met a cultivator and wanted to travel the world with him, cultivate immortality, and learn the Tao. She wanted to bid farewell to her parents and her family. The handwriting was sloppy, and there were only a few simple lines, but it was enough to explain her whereabouts. Madame Wei panicked. This little princess of the Prince of Luling's mansion would go out for a stroll almost every day. The commander of the brigade, Jia Xing, doted on her very much and often called this daughter over to talk to him. Now that Gui'er had disappeared without a trace, she couldn't care less about her daughter anymore. She was only worried that if someone got suspicious and found out that the Prince of Luling had disappeared, what should she do then? The Prince of Luling was the hope of the entire family. Madame Wei was afraid that her children would lose their composure and outsiders would notice something from their expressions. That was why Madame Wei hid the news of someone coming from the capital city to fetch the Prince of Luling from her children. But now, she finally couldn't hide it any longer. Madame Wei's expression darkened. She pondered for a long while before she slowly said, "Do you know why I'm so worried about Gui'er's departure? It's true that I love Gui'er the most, and I can't bear to let her go. But this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that your father has the hope of becoming the crown prince. The bitter days of our family are coming to an end." As soon as Madame Wei said this, her children were stunned. Madame Wei explained the entire sequence of events. The children in the hall were overjoyed when they heard this. The princesses even hugged each other and cried bitterly. Madame Wei's expression darkened as she shouted sternly, "Shut up! Don't cry! Someone is trying to harm your father. The imperial guards in the palace have already fetched your father and left. The later we find out about this, the safer your father will be. Now that Gui'er has left, once someone finds out about this, they will certainly not believe our words. They will only need to open the door and conduct a search. They will immediately discover that your father has also disappeared. When that time comes." When the princes and princesses heard this, they became very anxious. Each of them was at a loss of what to do. They were somewhat at a loss of what to do. Li Zhongruan asked impatiently, "Mother, what should we do now?" Madame Wei said in a low voice, "Remember, this matter concerns the fate of your entire life. You must be cautious. If there are outsiders who don't see Gui'er and become suspicious when they ask about you, just say that your father is seriously ill and that Gui'er is attending to him at his bedside. We'll keep this a secret for as long as we can." The group of children repeatedly agreed. Madame Wei gazed anxiously and worriedly towards the faraway mountains outside the window. She prayed silently in her heart, "May the heavens bless us and allow His Highness to arrive at the capital safely. Please don't be discovered by them. Please don't let any unforeseen events happen. I, Madame Wei, sincerely pray to the heavens and the gods." Yang Fan brought Jiu Kai to Gu Zhuding's side. Gu Zhuding was applying some ointment on Lan Yiqing's face. It was impossible to turn a woman, especially a beautiful woman, into a man with a relatively simple method. Gu Zhuding only wanted to make their appearance a little more average and neutral. With so many knights escorting a horse carriage, even if they were all men, they would still leave a deep impression on others. If no one was looking for them, then they would only be curious if they were ostentatious and would not ask too many questions. If someone was already looking for them, then their target would be very obvious. Yang Fan asked, "Miss Gu, how many people are left?" Gu Zhuding was focused on busying herself. She did not turn around and only answered, "Soon, there's only one left. After that, I will change the appearance of Mr. Liu." Mr. Liu was the code name they used to address Prince of Luling. Yang Fan gladly said, "Good. In a while, change the appearance of Jiu Kai as well. Make sure she doesn't stand out too much during the journey." While Yang Fan and Gu Zhuding were talking, Huang Xuchong, who was standing guard beside the carriage, heard a call from inside the carriage. He went over to ask. "Prince of Luling," Li Xian said from inside the carriage. "I want to get off to relieve myself." Hearing this, Huang Xuchong hurriedly drew back the curtain and lowered the pedal. Li Xian bent over and walked out of the carriage. Huang Xuchong hurriedly reached out to help Prince of Luling down the carriage, wanting to take him to the forest to relieve himself. Li Xian got off the carriage. As soon as he stood still, he straightened his back and raised his head. His eyes met with Jiao Kai had already seen him. She was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. When Li Xian saw Jiao Kai, he immediately cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 791. Li Xian rushed forward and grabbed Jiao Kai's shoulder, exclaiming in shock, "It's really you! Who are you? Why are you here?" Everyone looked at them in shock, and even Gu Zhuding temporarily stopped. However, no one was particularly surprised, including Yang Fan, because Jiao Kai had been brought out of Huang Zhuling, and the Prince of Luling had been imprisoned there all these years. Wasn't it normal for him to know a girl who lived there? What puzzled Yang Fan was, does Jiao Kai have another name? However, Jiao Kai's next words petrified everyone present. Jiao Kai's face was also filled with shock and confusion, crying out involuntarily, "Father, why are you here?" "Father?" When these words came out, everyone was tongue-tied, unable to speak. Yang Fan looked at Jiao Kai in shock, his pupils constricting into a line. "She's the Prince of Luling's daughter? Is Li Gua her real name? How many lies has she told?" Yang Fan thought of everything that had happened since the two of them had gotten to know each other. He thought of the things she said about her deceased father and mother, uncle and aunt, and then looked at that flawless face that was as beautiful and pure as a fairy from the heavens. His mind was a mess. He couldn't believe it, but everything that was happening in front of him forced him to believe it. He didn't understand what this daughter of the Prince of Luling wanted to do. He had done most intimate thing with her. So how would the two of them get along in the future? What intentions did she have for him? Of all the things she had said, which of them were true and which were false? Or perhaps none of them were true at all? "Father, why are you here?" Liger didn't answer the Prince of Luling's question, but instead hurriedly asked in return. Her mind was currently in a mess. That day at Huang Zhuling, she and Yang Fan were about the same. Yang Fan had deceived her, and she had also deceived Yang Fan. As a result, when she suddenly saw her father today, Li Guo was also filled with doubts. Li Xian hesitated for a moment. He wanted to tell his daughter the truth, but Yang Fan had repeatedly warned him that because of the importance of this matter, he had to be cautious. Wei Clan had insisted that he should not tell his children about his departure from Huang Zhuling. He was not stupid. How could he not know the pros and cons of this matter? Wow. Is young and knows his way around. What if he accidentally lets the cat out of the bag when he finds out the truth? Seeing Li Xian's hesitation, Li ignored Yang Fan's puzzled gaze and the surprised gazes of all the inner guards and cavalrymen. She tugged at Li Xian's sleeve and said coquettishly, "Father, I am your daughter. What is it that father has to hide from me?" When Li Guo started acting like a spoiled child, Li Xian was at his wit's end. He could only say, "Fine. Father will tell you. Here's the thing." Li Xian explained this sequence of events to her before he asked concernedly, "Guo, why are you here? Where are your mother, brothers, and sisters? Are they well?" Li Guo's beautiful big eyes were misty. They quickly condensed into a pool of tears. She suddenly threw herself forward and hugged Li Xian as she cried loudly. Li Xian was anxious. After being trapped in the deep mountains for 16 years, he had nothing left except for his wife and children. In his heart, his family was already more important than anything else in this world. When he saw Li Guo crying, he thought that the news had been leaked and his family had been murdered. His heart couldn't help but sink. He urgently asked, "Guo, quickly tell me, what happened to your family?" Li Guo choked with sobs. "Father, don't worry. Nothing happened at home." Li Xian was relieved. When he saw his daughter crying like a pear blossom in the rain, his heart ached. He hastily lifted his sleeve and gently wiped away his daughter's tears. He asked, "Then why are you crying?" Li Guo answered while sobbing. Guo went to the bamboo forest to pick mushrooms and coincidentally met this warrior. Li Guo glanced at Yang Fan and said to Li Xian, "Your daughter was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. It was this warrior who saved your daughter's life." When Li Xian heard that his most precious seventh daughter had been saved by Yang Fan, he felt indescribably grateful. Although the decision to pardon him and return to the capital was made by his imperial mother, The person responsible for this matter was, after all, Yang Fan. When a person is in danger, he is most grateful to those who lend him a helping hand. Now that he heard that Yang Fan was not only the great benefactor who saved his entire family, but also the benefactor who saved his daughter, Li Xian hastily straightened his clothes and solemnly bowed to Yang Fan. He gratefully said, "Commandant Yang's kindness to my Li Xian's family is greater than the heavens. Such righteousness, Li Xian, will engrave it in my heart." Yang Fan quickly returned the courtesy and said, "Your Highness is too serious. This is this subject's duty." At this point, Yang Fan quickly glanced at Li Guo. When their eyes met, Li Guo coincidentally withdrew her gaze and lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Li Xian then turned his head to look at Li Guo and asked in confusion, "What happened afterwards? Why did you appear here?" Li Guo said, "Your daughter did not know that Benefactor Yang had the heavy responsibility of saving my father. I asked Benefactor for my name and origin. Benefactor did not know my identity and naturally would not tell me the truth. He only knew that he came from the capital and came to this mountain to pick medicinal herbs. When your daughter heard this, I was immediately moved." Li Guo said, "Father and mother were trapped deep in the mountains, suffering from bullying and intimidation. Their lives were unspeakably bitter. Your daughter thought that in the past, father made a grave mistake and was punished by grandmother. Letting father cultivate and reflect on his mistakes in the yellow bamboo ridge was grandmother's original intention. Father is grandmother's biological son. Grandmother would definitely not harm father, nor would she treat father so harshly. It must have been those officials who falsely spread the emperor's will, like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Your daughter thought that if I can let Benefactor Yang take me away, I can go to the capital to see grandmother in the future and report everything that happened here to her. These evil slaves who bullied their master will definitely be punished according to the law. Father and mother's days will definitely be better. Your daughter will also tell grandmother that father has already repented these past few years and misses mother very much. Grandmother is soft-hearted and may even let father return to the capital to serve her, to fulfill the filial duty of a son. Daughter, father did not dote on you for nothing. You are really father's good daughter." Li Xian heard this, and tears flowed down his old face. He hugged his daughter, his old chest comforted. Yang Fan looked at Li Guo's expression of true feelings, and a chill suddenly rose from his heart. From the top of his head to the bottom of his heart, there was a feeling of coldness all over his body, as if he had entered an ice house. Li Xian patted his daughter's back with relief and said to Yang Fan, "Yang Xiaolian is careful and prudent. Although it is for my safety, there is really no need to hide the news that my daughter came with me." Li Guo hastily said, "Father, you have misunderstood Benefactor Yang. At that time, I did not know Benefactor Yang's original intention of coming up the mountain. So how could I tell the truth to Benefactor Yang? Actually, I made up a set of lies." Li Guo repeated what she had told Yang Fan to Li Xian. She blushed and stuck out her tongue. She lowered her head shyly and said, "At that time, I had no choice. I did not know that he came to save father. I was afraid that if I told him the truth, he would be afraid and not dare to help me. So, I want to trick him to take me away and leave Huang Zhuling first." At this point, Li Guo leisurely walked towards Yang Fan and curtsied in a charming manner. She said shyly and timidly, "Yang Xiaolian, great benefactor, Guo did not know your background. I really did not dare to tell you my real identity, so I used you. I hope Benefactor will not take offense." It doesn't matter. Yang Fan returned the bow. He was confused again. Could it be that what she said was true? If that's the case, it makes sense. But why would she dedicate herself to me? That's not right. Yang Fan's mind suddenly cleared up. That's not right. I said that I am from Chang. Even if I were to take her away, it would be to Chang, and she is a weak girl, and she is so beautiful. Without my help, how could she go to Luoyang? Yang Fan thought again. Perhaps, as she said, she is taking things one step at a time. She wants to leave Huang Zhuling first and find a way to go to Luoyang after arriving in Chang'an. This thought only turned around in Yang Fan's mind. In the end, he did not dare to confirm it. He now looked at Li Guo, as if she was floating in the clouds. He really could not figure out her intentions. He had never seen a girl like this before. Princess Taiping, who had a broad vision, Shangguan Wan'er, who was familiar with the political situation, Duganing Ku, who was a female zhuge. They were all exceptionally intelligent girls. However, those girls displayed their wisdom in the field they were good at. This little girl before him was completely different from those girls. Yang Fan did not know if she had that kind of great wisdom. What she was displaying now was the ability to adapt to the situation and counter every move as it came. Yang Fan was best at this kind of ability. He had used this ability to stir up internal strife in the Tufan Empire. He had also used this method to make the Tuju retreat and send troops for him. He had even helped him avert danger once. However, the girl before him was only a 16-year-old girl. I see. Li Xian listened and nodded apologetically towards Yang Fan. Suddenly, he remembered something. His expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, Gur, if you leave like this, your mother will not know where you are going. Won't the family be in a mess? Li Guo turned around and held his arm. She said proudly in a sweet and innocent manner, I am not that stupid. Of course I left a message at home. I carved it on the wall in front of the bed. However, I did not say that I was going to the capital to look for my grandmother. At that time, I did not know that father was going to be rescued. With father's courage, if I told you the truth, wouldn't you be scared to death? Li Guo giggled. She looked as if she could not restrain her laughter from her own prank. She said mischievously, So, I left a message saying that I know an otherworldly master who cultivates immortality. I want to follow him to become a monk and cultivate immortality. I will never return to Yellow Bamboo Ridge again. Li Xian poked the tip of her nose reproachfully and said, You little girl, you have been mischievous since you were young. You have always been full of ideas. Look at how unbearable you make father out to be. Is father really that timid? Li Guo giggled. She twisted her delicate body and did not say anything. It looked like she was tacitly agreeing with his words. Yang Fan did not allow this happy scene to continue. His expression slowly changed and became very solemn. Little Junju. When Li Guo was born, her father was kicked off the throne. To be more precise, Li Xian was now the prince of Luling and she was the Junju. However, she had lived on the mountain for 16 years. Ever since she was born, no one had ever called her Junju. Therefore, when she heard Yang Fan calling her that, she did not immediately react. Yang Fan continued, Since little Junju often walks around the stronghold, then, if little Junju suddenly does not appear, will it arouse the suspicions of the people in the stronghold? This time, Li Guo finally understood that he was talking to her. She and Li Xian looked at each other, the smiles on their faces gradually freezing and their expressions becoming serious. Yang Fan immediately knew that the situation was not good. He immediately said in a deep voice, Once the news is leaked, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for us to return to the capital safely. The glint of blades and shadow of swords on the road will be unavoidable. Your Highness, please change your appearance immediately. We need to leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Li Xian could not be bothered to speak with his daughter anymore. He quickly went into the forest to relieve himself, and then hurried back to have Gu Zhuting help him disguise his appearance. The others hurriedly mounted their horses and packed their luggage, preparing to leave. Everyone was busy, so Yang Fan and Li Guo were left out in the cold. The two of them glanced at each other, and their eyes widened at the same time. You're lying. The two of them froze, and then said in unison, You're lying to me. Chapter 792. Yang Fan sneered. That's right. I lied to you. I lied to you about my purpose and identity. You know the reason. But why did you lie to me? Li Guo's beautiful face was also covered in a layer of frost. She sneered. That's right. I did lie to you. I lied to you so much that I gave my body to you. You, Senior Colonel Yang, suffered a great loss, didn't you? Yang Fan looked around nervously and whispered, Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to hear you? Li Guo raised her sharp chin and said, What's wrong? Are you afraid? I'm a woman, and I'm not afraid of losing face. You're a man, and you're afraid? Yang Fan furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, Don't try to change the topic by being unreasonable. Li Guer glared at him with her beautiful big eyes and said, Then tell me, what did I lie to you about? Yang Fan said, Identity, Li Guer interrupted. I've already told you the reason. Do you want me to repeat it? Yang Fan's thoughts were a little messy. He thought for a moment and decided to go through the whole thing from the beginning. He was really confused by this Misty girl and couldn't figure out the situation. On the mountain, you were poisoned by a snake, and I saved your life. Why did you bite the hand that fed you and wanted to kill me? It's true that you saved me, but when I woke up, where were your hands? How would I know if you were searching for something or taking advantage of me? You humiliated me, so I shouldn't kill you? Oh, right. You said it was for the reward because you cultivators don't want people to get into the habit of reaping without sowing. Now that I know your identity, it must be a lie, right? Tell me, were you really taking advantage of me at that time? Liguer suddenly found something suspicious. She was immensely pleased and pressed forward. Yang Fan awkwardly took 2 steps back. He was most afraid of this kind of thing because there would always be a time when things could be cleared up. Even if it couldn't be cleared up, there would always be family and friends who would believe in you and stand on your side. But when it came to women, especially beautiful women, it was hard to explain. The more he tried to explain, the worse the ending would be. Fortunately, Li Guer didn't want to make it public. Yang Fan took 2 steps back and composed himself before saying, That's right. That reason was obviously a lie, but I didn't want to take advantage of you. Why did I touch your waist? It's very simple. It was a secret that I went up the mountain. If someone from the stronghold saved you, would they leave you there and leave? If the news spread, wouldn't they know that someone from the stronghold did it? If you wanted to watch you die, I can't do it. But if I save you, I can't expose myself. That's why I thought of stealing some of your things. That way, if I slip away again, you can suspect that it was done by the people in the stockade when you wake up. I'll take away your belongings, so naturally, I can't keep you as my benefactor. Liguer squinted her bright eyes and made a very cute sneer. Her voice was still a little cute. That's right, that's right. So you stole my body. If my father finds out, Senior Colonel Yang, you're dead meat. By the way, you haven't even told me your name. Brother Ma Chiao, you big bastard. Yang Fan was a little exasperated by her unreasonableness. Can't you be a little more reasonable? You seduced me on purpose. Liguer stuck out her chest. So you want it? Yang Fan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh God, Liguer curled her lips. God? I'm still the earth. Let me ask you, if we both have our own stories, who will believe us? Yang Fan was tongue-tied. He was completely stunned. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter how innocent or strong a man was, he was still the weak one. Liguer raised her slender eyebrows. She looked at him with a playful and seductive gaze. What? Nothing to say? Yang Fan's voice suddenly turned cold. Were you really a virgin before you met me? Liguer took a step back. Her eyes were filled with tears of grievance. You still don't believe me? Yang Fan began to fight back aggressively. He said coldly, It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that you're suspicious. It's not the first time I've been in contact with a woman. Your reaction and the fact that you didn't bleed are all suspicious. Liguer took another step back. The tears in her eyes became thicker. They were about to form a spring. I don't know why. I really don't know. Otherwise, what do you think I would do? I'm a princess. Why would I give myself to someone so easily? Yang Fan's words were sharp. I'm sorry, Your Highness. You gave yourself to me so easily. Liguer said angrily. That's because I'm cheap. Liguer raised her voice. Although the people who were busy in the distance could not hear what they were talking about, some of them still turned around to look. Yang Fan hurriedly said, Can you lower your voice? Liguer lowered her voice and said miserably, Because I like you. Is that okay? What do you think I'm doing on the mountain? I'm a prisoner. I don't want to say this. I want to go out. You're my only hope. Coincidentally, you don't look too annoying. I gave myself to you. I just hope that you can fulfill your promise to take me away. Did I hurt you? How did I do anything wrong? What do you want from me? Liguer's words became sharper. She fought back step by step. She finally couldn't control her tears. They flowed down her delicate and beautiful cheeks. Yang Fan shook his head gently. Some people say that men like beautiful faces. Women like sweet words. So, women put on makeup and men lie. I don't know why you're lying as a beautiful woman. Liguor was so angry that her body started to tremble. She looked at him with a pained expression. She said in despair, "No matter what I say, you don't believe me, right?" Yang Fan said, "Maybe I often lie to people, but I don't want to lie to you now. I'll tell you the truth. I only half believe what you said." Liguor said angrily, "I live on that mountain, and all I see is the same sky and the same group of people. My status is higher than theirs, but also lower than theirs. So I might not understand other things, but I can understand the people there. I understand their hearts. I know that in their eyes, our family is worse than theirs. Life is short. I don't want to leave any regrets in these few decades. I laugh when I want to. I cry when I want to. I love when I want to. I don't want to be cautious in front of them. I have to worry about everything and live a life more pitiful than a rat in a hole. You said that I lied to you. Yes. Why did I lie to you? It's because of this reason. I used my body to exchange for your help. How'd you lose? I'm just a weak girl who can't even trust a chicken. Should I tie you up or kill you? You can choose not to, but you've taken me, haven't you? Then what right do you have to despise me? Why?" Yang Fan's face was blank. Liguor cried, "You despise me? What a joke. I'm not pestering you. Just treat this as a deal. In fact, I've lost in this deal, because I didn't know that you went up the mountain to save my father. Otherwise, I would have waited on the mountain. I could have left in no time. Your help to me is meaningless." Yang Fan's voice was very cold. He said coldly, "You're right. If this is a deal, then I really don't need to question you. You don't need to prove anything to me. A deal is very good. Princess, please wipe your tears. I don't want anyone to see it and ruin your reputation." Yang Fan turned around and walked to the side of the warhorse. He adjusted the saddle, pulled the saddle with both hands, and jumped on the warhorse. "Stop!" Liguor shouted in a low voice. Yang Fan didn't say anything. He just turned the horse's head and stared at her coldly. Liguor gritted her teeth and said, "You still haven't told me your name. You bastard who took advantage of me and still pretended to be obedient." With a straight face, Yang Fan spat out 2 words like a jumping bean. Yang Fan. With both legs in the stirrups, Yang Fan straightened his back and walked forward under Liguor's gaze. Liguor slowly turned her head, a cunning and complacent smile suddenly flitting across her lips. This scene happened to be seen by Gu Zhuting, who had finished dressing the Prince of Luling and came to urge the princess to change her clothes. Gu Zhuting frowned slightly. She then regained her composure and said lightly, "Princess, please change your appearance." "Nay, nay, nay." The hooves of the horse were brisk. A fat and shiny red horse, surrounded by several guards, returned to the yellow bamboo ridge. Sitting on the horse was a burly man dressed in a yellow robe with a folded scarf on his head. He had thick eyebrows and a wide mouth. He was tall and sturdy, with a longbow slung over his shoulder. There were a few arrows in his quiver, swaying as the horse moved up and down. On the fat butt of the horse were several beautiful pheasants with long feathers, as well as a few hares and bamboo rats. As the horse ran, these blood-stained prey jumped lightly on the butt of the horse as if they were alive. "The brigade marshal is back. Uncle Jia is back." The people in the stockade all greeted the big man in the yellow robe. The soldiers in the army naturally called him the brigade commander. The military families had lived here for more than 10 years. This military camp had long become a semi-militarized civilian stockade. The women and children greeted him as if he was a villager. Jiaxing rode on the horse. With a big beard, he proudly nodded to the people he saw along the way. The brigade marshal Jia was very proud of his bountiful hunt today. In the past, he was also a brave general in the army. If not, he would not have been given the heavy responsibility of guarding the Prince of Luling. However, he had lived like a prince for so many years and was gradually getting older. He could not be compared to the past. The muscles on his thighs used to be as hard as a rock, but now they were gradually loosening. His originally flat and firm lower abdomen was now flabby. However, compared to most of his peers, Brigade Marshal Jia was still an extremely strong man. He also looked quite martial. Call the Liu family's wife over. In our village, the game cooked by that woman is the most delicious. Jiaxing pulled on the horse's reins and slowed down. He stroked his big beard as he instructed his personal guard. Get Captain Xia and the rest to accompany me for a drink. Also, Guaer, this kind of wild game, without that little girl's wonderful singing and dance, beautiful women to accompany the wine, it would be very boring. What do you mean? Yes, 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 a feast for the eyes, haha. Chapter 793. A few teams were laughing and joking as they walked towards Brigade Commander Jia's house. These few team leaders were good brothers who had bathed in blood on the battlefield with Jiaxing back then and had a deep friendship with each other. For over 10 years, they had been living together day and night, and their relationship had deepened day by day. Now, they were like blood brothers. They guarded this yellow bamboo ridge, and because they didn't have any achievements, their official ranks didn't increase or decrease. Therefore, they didn't get promoted, but every time the Wu clan sent someone over, they would be rewarded. Right now, the few of them had purchased land and property in Zhuxia County. They were living well and were all content. These few people originally thought that Jiaxing was already waiting for them at the residence, but when they arrived at Jiaxing's door, they saw Jiaxing sprinting over from the fork road. His large feet were stomping on the ground, and a few of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brigade Commander, are you afraid that we will eat that wild game first? Ha! Old Jia, look at how your butt is on fire. Could it be that there's a beautiful bride waiting for you at home? Before the few of them stopped talking, Jiaxing had already rushed in front of them. He couldn't be bothered to talk to these few old brothers and smashed open the door to his house. He rushed in like a mad bull and sprinted all the way, causing the chickens to fly and the dogs to cry out. The few team leaders looked at each other in dismay. When they saw Jiaxing in such a panic, they knew that something must have happened and quickly chased after him. Jiaxing ran into his house and went around the front building to the rear residence. There was a rather large bird cage hanging under the eaves of the rear residence, and there were a few pigeons inside. Jiaxing ran upstairs and quickly rushed into the room. When a few team leaders caught up to him, he had already rushed out of the room while holding a few bamboo tubes that were the size of a knuckle in his hand. Jiaxing still didn't pay attention to them. He opened the bird cage and caught the pigeons one by one. He hurriedly tied the bamboo tubes on the pigeons' legs and released them. There were a total of 5 pigeons in the bird cage, and Jiaxing didn't keep any of them. He caught all 5 pigeons, tied the bamboo tubes, and released them one by one. Everyone in the stronghold knew that Brigade Commander Jia liked to rear pigeons, but only these few team leaders knew the true use of the pigeons. In fact, the pigeons that Brigade Commander Jia raised had to be replaced every month. This was to prevent the pigeons from recognizing this place as their home after being raised for a long time. The pigeons that Jiaxing brought all came from the same place. That place was a relay station that was connected to the capital. Every month, a pigeon would be released from there, regardless of whether there were any accidents. However, it was unprecedented for 5 pigeons to be released at once. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the squad leaders changed drastically, and they hurriedly asked, "Brigade Commander, what happened?" Jiaxing answered with difficulty, "King of Luling has escaped. He sent someone to find Li Ger, but who knew that his personal guard would return not long after, saying that the Prince of Luling was seriously ill and that Li Ger wanted to be filial by his bedside." Jiaxing was very displeased to hear this. It was true that the Prince of Luling was a prince, but he had always been a prisoner in his hands. For more than 10 years, when had the Prince of Luling's family ever dared to say half a word of disobedience to him? The Prince of Luling is sick, and has to be filial by his bedside? Filial piety, my ass. The Prince of Luling has 4 sons and 7 daughters. Even if he eats, drinks, and defecates all on the bed, does he need so many people to serve him? That little wench has grown bolder. She actually dares to disobey my summons. Isn't it because she thinks that the bead I reward is too small? Bah, so what if I don't reward you? You still have to obediently fawn over me, just like a courtesan raised by me. Jia Xing angrily rushed to the Prince of Luling's residence, but was repeatedly obstructed by the children of the Lu family. Jia Xing couldn't help but become suspicious. As a result, he led his personal guard and broke into the Prince of Luling's residence. After a thorough search, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Li Gui'er had disappeared, and even worse, the Prince of Luling had also disappeared. At that time, Jia Xing went mad with anxiety. He pulled out his saber and threatened to kill himself. Only then did he force out the truth that the Prince of Luling had escaped. Jia Xing was instantly scared out of his wits. He immediately rushed back to his own home and released the carrier pigeons. Looking at the 5 white pigeons flapping their wings and flying high, Jia Xing knew that he was finished this time. If he could capture the Prince of Luling, his future would be ruined. If he could not capture the Prince of Luling, even his head would be left behind. Jia Xing let out a long sigh and fell powerlessly to the ground. The several squads were looking at each other in shock, their faces as pale as paper. Captain Xia panicked and went forward to pull Jia Xing up, roaring, "Is this the time to be a damned woman? Chase after him. No matter what, we have to catch up and capture the Prince of Luling." The light carriage sped along, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. From time to time, a pretty face would flash out from within the carriage, curiously sizing up the scenery along the road. It was too difficult to turn a peerless beauty like Li Gui'er from a young girl into a young man. Gu Zhuting didn't have enough materials in her backpack, nor did she have the time. Suddenly, Gu Zhuting had an idea and simply let her disguise herself as a woman. In any case, the Prince of Luling was disguised as a wealthy gentleman, so it was normal for him to have a maid serving him. What Gu Zhuting wanted to do was to make Li Gui'er a little uglier so that she wouldn't be stunning at first sight. It wasn't easy to make someone beautiful, but it was very easy to make someone ugly. It was just that being too ugly would also attract attention, and it wouldn't suit the identity of a gentleman's maid. Thus, Gu Zhuting only made Li Gui'er's dazzling appearance a little dimmer. The carriage was escorted by dozens of steeds in front and behind the carriage. It galloped forward like a gust of wind, leaving the passers-by in awe and discussion, wondering who the noble was to have such an extravagance. Gu Zhuting spurred her horse to ride beside Yang Fan, her gaze lingering on Yang Fan from time to time. Her brows were slightly furrowed, seeming to be preoccupied with something. However, she was dressed as a man at the moment. Because she was spurring on a horse, there was no need to pay attention to her mannerisms and mannerisms. Thus, this slight frown resembled that of a woman, unavoidably causing people's hair to stand on end. Alang! Seeing that they were about to reach Gu City, Gu Zhuting couldn't help but finally call out to him. Yang Fan glanced at her with a smile and said, "What's wrong? You look like you wanted to say something along the way, but then hesitated. What do you want to say?" Gu Zhuting mustered her courage and said in a serious tone, "Alang, I think she can't be trusted." "Oh," Yang Fan said knowingly, but he still asked, "Who can't be trusted?" Gu Zhuting glared at him reproachfully and said, "You know very well." Yang Fan chuckled. He originally wanted to tease her, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and corrected himself. "What's the reason?" Gu Zhuting angrily turned her head away and said, "There's no reason. It's my intuition." This action was very feminine, but she was now in a man's appearance. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Fine. Even if she can't be trusted, but she is a princess. Very soon, the Prince of Luling will be appointed as the crown prince. At that time, she will be a princess. Do you think whether a princess can be trusted or not has anything to do with me? What loss can I suffer?" This, Gu Zhuting suddenly realized that her worries were completely unreasonable. She was a princess, and an outrageously beautiful one at that. Whether she could be trusted or not, what could she do to Yang Fan? Gu Zhuting thought for a long time, but she really couldn't think of a reason that should worry Yang Fan. She couldn't help but hatefully say, "How would I know? In any case, I've already warned you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." Gu Zhuting whipped the horse and charged forward. Yang Fan didn't expect this Miss Gu to also have a childish side. Her willful look was actually very cute, and he couldn't help but chuckle. When the carriage arrived at Gu City, the group checked into an inn. Ligua found an opportunity to approach Yang Fan and sweetly said, "Benefactor Yang." Yang Fan interrupted, "Your Highness, there's no need to keep calling me benefactor all the time." Ligua readily said, "Commandant Yang." Yang Fan sternly said, "Your Highness, we must be extra careful on this trip. If someone hears you calling me that, it will raise the alarm." "Brother Yang." "Hee hee. Now you have nothing to say, right?" "Your Highness, you." "Brother Yang, we must be extra careful on this trip. If someone hears you calling me that, it will raise the alarm." "Then my name is Guo." Yang Fan immediately said mockingly, "You're not called Jiu Kai." Ligua raised her eyebrows and smiled. She was in high spirits. An unconcealable charm suddenly swept over her eyebrows. Her deliberately mediocre appearance could not hide this charm at all. She gently said, "If you like, you can call me Jiokai-er. Only you are allowed to call me that, and only you can hear it." Yang Fan suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. All natural beauties were demons. It was not until today that he finally understood what a real demon was. Yang Fan shut his mouth and decided to respond with silence. Ligur did not care and was still in high spirits. "Brother Yang, what do the cavalry and the internal guards do?" Yang Fan said in a low voice, "You'd better talk about the topic that can reveal our identity." Ligua said, "This is the horse gallery. There are only you and me. Who can hear it?" Yang Fan just quarreled with her, only to find that they had led the horses through the side corridor to the horse gallery at the back of the inn. Yang Fan had no choice but to answer, "The cavalry and the internal guards are both armies." Let's put it this way. Among the armies in the world, the border military army is not as good as the imperial army, because the imperial army is the direct line of the imperial court. Among the imperial army, the South Palace Imperial Army is not as good as the North Palace Imperial Army, because the North Palace Imperial Army is the most direct line of the Imperial Army. And among the North Palace Imperial Army, the cavalry and the internal guards are the most trusted by the Emperor. "I see." Ligua-er's eyes sparkled. "That is to say, the cavalry and the internal guards are the most direct line of the Imperial Army, right?" "Yes, you can say that." Ligua asked excitedly. "Grandmother asked you to bring father back, and also asked you to command the cavalry and the palace guards. Then you are the most trusted of my grandmother's most trusted, right?" Ligua chattered like a naive girl who was ignorant of the world. Yang Fan took a deep look at her and thought, "Is this girl extroverted and lively or scheming? Is she pure and innocent or as cunning as a fox?" Ligua gently lowered her head and said faintly, "Brother Yang, you saved my life and took my father back to the capital. My father is very grateful to you. You and I are." Her cheeks were slightly red, and she shyly rolled up her belt and said, "So no matter what, our family in Luling regards you as the closest person to us. Grandmother has forgiven my father. When he returns to the capital this time, my father will be appointed as the crown prince, but there are many bad people in the capital who want to harm my father." Ligur slowly raised her head and stared at Yang Fan affectionately, saying, "Brother Yang, you are so capable and so trusted by my grandmother. You must be able to provide a lot of help to my father, right? If my father can successfully ascend the throne, then Brother Yang will be the great benefactor of my family. Maybe you can even be the son-in-law." Speaking of this, her voice was as thin as a gossamer. Not only did her face turn red, but even her white ears turned red, like a peach blossom that was shyly bowing its head. Chapter 794. In the time that Yang Fan had left the capital for Fangzhou, many things had happened in the capital. With Wang Xiaojia's death, the 4 garrisons of Anqi no longer had a great general standing guard, and Wu Ziqian placed great importance on the greatest military achievement of the Wuzhou dynasty. Helpless, Wu Ziqian could only appoint the Western Turkic Khagan Huzaro as the grand supervisor of the Western Pacifying Army to guard Xie. Ever since Huzaro had settled in Luoyang, his greatest hobbies had become fine wine and beautiful women. He had recently obtained a Japanese beauty called Ah-chan, a girl whose smile was as dazzling as the sun. Unlike the beauties of the Central Plains and the Western regions, her candid personality and bright and beautiful face had quickly made her Huzaro's new favorite. But just as he was enjoying his time with this beauty, he suddenly received an imperial decree ordering him to take up his post in Suye. Huzaro had spent many years in the capital, causing his prestige among his tribesmen to drop by the day. He had not been able to contend against Wuzheil in the past, and it was even more impossible now. But he could not defy an imperial decree, so he could only brace himself and take up his post. He was well aware that he would be ostracized by Wuzheil. Fortunately, he was going to Suye on the imperial decree as the grand supervisor of the Western Pacifying Army. Wuzheil would never dare to kill him, so he did not have to worry about his life. But it wouldn't be long before Wuzheil would push him out of the post. Therefore, he didn't even bring his favorite Japanese girl, Ah-chan. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before he had to pack up and come back, so he went alone. Now that he had become a beauty collector, he didn't know if he would bring back another Slavic beauty or another beauty from another ethnic group. Meanwhile, the surrendered Khitan generals, Li Kaigu and Luo Wuzhen, deeply trusted by the imperial court and moved to tears of gratitude, had transformed from the vanguard of the rebellion into powerful figures in suppressing the rebellion. The Khitans were now divided into 3 groups. One had defected to the Turks, one had surrendered to the imperial court, and one had remained neutral. In addition, there were also a few people who had participated in the rebellion who had become bandits. Li Kaigu and Luo Wuzhen were currently in charge of mopping up these bandits. They were familiar with the Khitans and the terrain of the north, so they won repeatedly. Wu Zetian received the news and praised Eringia and Yang Fan for their foresight. These 2 scourges in the past had indeed become pillars of the imperial court. However, Eringia, who had protected these 2 surrendered generals for the imperial court, was not doing well now. He was sick. Eringia's body had always been strong and healthy, and he rarely suffered from headaches or fever. However, once someone like him who didn't get sick often got sick, it wasn't easy for him to recover. Eringia had been bedridden for many days, and Wu Zetian was very worried. She specially sent an imperial physician to treat him, but Eringia was already very old and couldn't be cured by medicine. During this period, Wu Zetian also changed the Crane administration to function residence, with Zhang Yizhi as the function magistrate and Zhang Changzong as the function supervisor. After the name change, the Zhang brothers began to search for a large number of handsome youths in the capital to fill the residence. The second Zhang brothers took this opportunity to bring many elegant youths who were on good terms with them into the palace. They became Wu Zetian's concubines and obtained various official positions for them, further expanding their own power. At the same time, in terms of internal affairs, the ban on slaughter that the court had implemented for 7 years was also stopped. In the past 7 years, those with power and influence always had fish and meat. The truly unlucky ones were those fishermen who lived in peace and kept to themselves. Most of these pitiful people were concentrated in the Jiangnan water villages. When the edict to lift the ban arrived, they had long been exhausted. Another thing was related to Yang Fan. After the magistrate of Fangling reported to the capital that the footprints of God had been found in the prison, for some reason, Wu Zetian actually attached great importance to this auspicious sign. Perhaps it was because no one had reported auspicious signs in the past 2 years. After sending people to investigate and confirming that the footprints of Giant Foot had been found, and after questioning the 2 prisoners, Wu Zetian was overjoyed. She announced that the next year would be the first year of Dazu, and the year would be changed. However, at this time, Yang Fan still did not know that in Fangling, he came up with an idea in order to get out of trouble, which actually prompted the country to change the year name. In terms of personnel, another thing happened at court. Ji Su, who had just been promoted, was demoted to be the county lieutenant of Angu. The reason was that he quarreled with Wu Yizong, who had just returned from Hebei, in the court over a matter. Wu Zetian did not say anything in the court, but she was very unhappy. She was considering making her son the crown prince, and Jisoo also supported the idea of making the Leaf family the crown prince. No matter how bad Woo Izong's performance was in Hebei, he was still a member of the Woo family. Now Jisoo dared to confront Woo Izong in the court. After she became famous, how would Jisoo treat the members of the Woo family with his contributions to the Leaf family? Thinking of this, the next day Woo Zetian found an excuse to demote Jisoo to the county lieutenant and kick him out of the capital. After this incident, the pig-riding general Woo Izong, relying on his aunt's trust and the power to station troops in Jingdo, became even more unscrupulous and arrogant. On the sickbed, Wu Qingxi's cheeks were sunken and his eyes were lifeless. He looked very haggard. He covered his hand with a handkerchief and coughed hoarsely for a while. Panting, he said to Zhang Jiafu, "Izong is now the commander-in-chief of the troops stationed in Jingdo and can be of great use. We have to recruit him. It is his birthday in 3 days. I have already prepared a generous gift. At that time, my son will go with you to celebrate Wu Izong's birthday. My son is slow-witted and can't be of great use. I still need you to mediate and explain my intention to recruit him." Zhang Jiafu said worriedly, "I will naturally serve your highness. However, I think that the most important thing now is to cure your highness's illness. Your highness's health has been getting worse recently." Wu Qingxi waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "It's nothing. It's an old illness. When I was exiled, it was too hard and left behind. Now that I'm getting older, the illness has come back. I won't die." The door was knocked a few times. Without waiting for a reply, the door was opened. The head steward hurriedly walked in and handed Wu Qingxi a bamboo tube about the length of a finger. Although Zhang Jiafu didn't know what had happened, for the steward of the manor to dare to barge in without permission, it was clear that he had long received Wu Qingxi's orders, telling him what kind of situation he could immediately report without permission. This meant that something big had happened. Zhang Jiafu couldn't help but become nervous. Wu Qingxi saw that it was a bamboo tube. At first, he was at a loss, as if something had happened too long ago and he had forgotten about it. Then, his expression tightened as if he had suddenly remembered something. He snatched the bamboo tube and hurriedly opened it. There was a line of small words written on it. "The bird in the cage has stolen away. Its whereabouts are unknown." Wu Qingxi paled in shock and tightened his grip on the slip of paper. How can it be? How can it be? It's been more than a decade, and he's always been well-behaved. Why would he run away for no reason? Something's wrong. In the palace, something must have happened in the palace. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Jiafu hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, what happened?" With a gloomy face, Wu Qingxi said, "The Prince of Luling has escaped from Yellow Bamboo Ridge." Zhang Jiafu was shocked and blurted out, "How can that be? Where could he have escaped to? How could he have escaped? Who helped him escape? Unless it's—" Wu Qingxi resisted the urge to cough, his face flushing red. "That's right. There's only one possibility. This is this prince's aunt's doing." Zhang Jiafu panicked. "Your Highness, what should we do?" Wu Qingxi sneered. "What should we do? Of course we have to kill him. Once he's dead, nothing will happen." Wu Qingxi turned to the chief steward and said, "Immediately send out 5 groups of people, no, 10 groups of people, send all of our people out. Regardless of whether it's by land or by water, investigate all the roads leading from Fangzhou to the capital. Find them and kill them." The chief steward was clearly one of Wu Qingxi's trusted aides and knew a lot of inside information. He wasn't surprised by these words and calmly nodded before quietly withdrawing. Wu Qingxi thought for a moment, then threw off his blanket. Zhang Jiafu hurried over to support him and asked, "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" Wu Qingxi said, "I am going to see Wu Sansi immediately. I still have to call for a clan meeting. This matter doesn't just concern me. We need to mobilize the strength of the entire Wu clan to prevent him from returning to the capital." Wu Sansi's face was flushed. He let out a burp, and the smell of alcohol assailed his nostrils. Wu Qingxi frowned and coughed uncontrollably again. Wu Sansi said in a strange tone, "Did the sun rise from the west? I heard that His Highness King Liang has caught a cold and isn't feeling well. What are you doing here instead of recuperating at home? Wu Chengxi looked at the singers who had just retreated to the side with disgust and said fiercely, "Dismiss them." Wu Sanxi waved his hand in an unconcerned manner, and the singers and musicians immediately retreated like a receding tide, leaving the hall empty. Wu Sanxi said lazily, "All right, speak. What's the matter?" Wu Chengxi covered his mouth and coughed a few times. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Li Xian escaped from Fangzhou's Yellow Bamboo Ridge." Wu Sanxi stared blankly. "What?" Wu Chengxi was infuriated. He slammed the table and roared, "Are you deaf? Li Xian escaped. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, cough, 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 escaped. Tell me, how could he dare to escape? How could he cough, cough, escape? This was clearly Aunt's idea. Aunt has changed her mind. Changed her mind." Wu Sanxi seemed to be petrified. He sat there with his eyes wide open, not saying anything. Wu Chengxi said, "This matter doesn't just concern me. It also concerns you and our entire Wu clan. Cough. I came here personally just to tell you this. Do you understand?" Wu Sanxi nodded blankly. Wu Chengxi said, "What to do? Do as you see fit." With that, Wu Chengxi stood up and left. When he reached the door, he stopped and said without turning his head, "I'm going to call for a clan meeting. I hope that this time you will not obstruct your people from participating and that you can come as well." After saying this, Wu Chengxi left while coughing. Wu Sanxi stared at his back, still not saying anything. A figure quietly flashed out from behind the screen. Gazing at the door where Wu Chengxi had disappeared, he smiled and said, "That tuberculosis ghost, he really is something to worry about." The person who spoke was shockingly the General Wu Yizong, who had stirred up trouble in Hebei, forcing the state of Xi to defect to the Turks, establishing a country of its own, and forcing half of the Khitans to surrender to the Turks. After returning to the capital, he had been appointed as the commander-in-chief of the capital's troops. Chapter 795. Wu Sanxi heartily laughed, no longer arrogant. Standing up, he said, "It must have been hard on him. Even with such a sickly body, he still had to rush over to report to me." Wu Yizong replied, "This is only because he wants you to help, not because he has any good intentions." Wu Sanxi smiled. "I naturally understand this. How laughable. He doesn't know that not only did I already know of this matter, I also know the whereabouts of those people like the back of my hand." His belated speech was not timely. At this point, Wu Sanxi's expression became stern, and he hatefully said, "Yang Fan, this king treated him with sincerity in vain, yet he dared to do such a thing. If he can return alive, I will definitely find a reason to take his life." Wu Yizong lazily replied, "What's so difficult about that? Doesn't he want to return to the army? If he can kill his way out of the encirclement and return to the capital, you can transfer him to my camp. In less than 3 days, I will definitely find a reason to chop off his head. Isn't he Taiping's lover? Taiping specializes in cursing husbands." Ha ha. The two wildly laughed for a while before Wu Sanxi stopped laughing and sternly said, "Yizong, has everything been taken care of? Li Xian can't be allowed to return to the capital alive. Once he returns and publicly reveals himself to all levels of society, it will be very difficult to kill him." Wu Yizong proudly replied, "Relax. I've already set up ambushes on all sides, and with your spies serving as eyes and ears, he won't be able to escape." "Good." Wu Sanxi forcefully patted his shoulder and sighed. "As long as the Prince of Luling is killed, and the Prince of Xiang and my Wu clan are like fire and water, Aunt will have no choice but to let my Wu clan be the crown prince. I don't think that sickly Wu Chengxi will be able to last much longer. When the time comes, the crown prince will definitely be mine. I will not forget your great service. Once I ascend to the throne, you will be the grand marshal, commanding the entire army in my place." Wu Yizong happily cupped his fists. This subject thanks the sage. The two looked at each other and roared with laughter. Amidst their carefree laughter, the two brothers each had their own thoughts. Wu Yizong thought, "With Aunt still alive, I don't dare to act rashly. If Aunt dies, with military power in my hands, will I still support you as emperor? Dream on, Wu Sansi thought. In front of the throne, even his own son may not be able to be relied on. How can I hand over the world's troops and horses to you? Then I must be tired of living. After this is done, I will send you to Jingzhou to raise pigs and become a real pig-riding general. The two brothers were proud of their own plans, and their laughter became even more cheerful. Yang Fan and his entourage traveled for half a day. The riders did not feel very tired, but Li Xian, who was sitting in the carriage, could not bear it anymore. As the carriage sped along, Li Guo, who was also sitting in the carriage, opened the curtains and shouted, "Brother Yang, please stop. My father is not feeling well." Everyone hurriedly reined in their horses. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang, who had been guarding the car like a shadow, hurried forward and asked, "Mr. Liu, what's wrong?" Yang Fan circled the horse and came back from the front. He saw Li Guo helping Li Xian out of the carriage. Li Xian's face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with difficulty, "My stomach is not feeling well." Before he finished speaking, he threw himself to the side of the carriage. Holding the shaft, he began to vomit. Li Guo pinched her nose and pouted coquettishly at Yang Fan. "This carriage is shaking like it's riding on clouds and fog. Even I feel dizzy. How can my father stand it? Brother Yang, please think of a way." Yang Fan looked at the 4 layers of bedding in the carriage. It was even thicker than a woman's bedding. He frowned and said, "The earlier we leave, the safer we will be. The road is difficult, and there is no other way. I wonder if Mr. Liu can ride a horse." Li Xian vomited for half a day. Su Liang had just handed him a water bag to wash his mouth. Hearing this, he panted and smiled bitterly. "Of course I can ride a horse. It's just that these past few years, my body has been deteriorating. Even riding a carriage is difficult, let alone riding a horse." Yang Fan lifted the reins and looked left and right. Pointing forward, he said, "There is a village over there. Let's go and rest for a while. It would be best if there is a doctor here. He can prescribe a medicine for Mr. Liu to regulate his stomach and stop dizziness." Li Xian said, all right, I need to rest. If this goes on, I won't be able to stand it. Guo, help me down the carriage. I want to walk there. I can't ride anymore." How could Guo support him? He tried twice, but he couldn't get up at all. Huang Xuchang and Su Liang hastily stepped forward to help him down the carriage. Yang Fan and the rest had no choice but to dismount and follow Li Xian slowly into the village. At the entrance of the village, there were locust trees, elms, and willows. The locust trees and willows formed shade. Under the shade of the trees, Yang Fan and the rest rested. Li Xian lay back down on the carriage. He lifted all the curtains to let in the cool breeze. There really was a doctor in the village who could prescribe medicine that was suitable for the illness. This doctor's name was Luo Jiao. He was also a veterinarian. When Gu Zhuding came to the village to look for him, he was helping a donkey deliver a baby. Gu Zhuding had just fished out a gold coin when veterinarian Luo abandoned the half-born donkey and eagerly went to prescribe medicine for Sir Liu. He left his 2 little apprentices squatting behind the donkey's buttocks. They were so busy that they were drenched in sweat. After Li Xian drank the medicine, his complexion looked much better. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He could only rest under a tree. The rest could also eat something and rest. There was a patch of wild grassland next to the village entrance. A few naked children were playing a war game there. The arrival of the group of strangers at the village entrance did not affect them. The naked children were still very focused on playing the role of their great generals. They were all generals, there were no soldiers. Every great general was riding on a pig. The great generals were shouting and shouting on the pig's back while the fat pig was snorting under their buttocks. Guo watched with great interest. She sat on a rock under the forest. Her skirt was pressed tightly to her body. Her long and elegant neck, straight and smooth back, waist that could not be grasped, and round and charming buttocks outlined a smooth curve. It was captivating. Giggle. This was the umpteenth time she had laughed. Very few girls would be interested in those fat pigs that were covered in mud and had a foul smell. They would also not like those little children riding on the backs of the pigs. Only Gua was watching with great interest. Yang Fan had just picked up his water bag and drank some water. He swallowed the last piece of jerky in his mouth. When he heard the laughter, he could not help but turn his head and glance at her. Ligua supported her chin with both of her hands. It was like two pieces of white jade leaves were supporting a white jade flower. Her eyes did not turn towards Yang Fan, but she seemed to have noticed Yang Fan's gaze. Hence, she looked at the children who were fighting on the pigs with great interest. She spoke as if she was talking to herself. I had also ridden a pig when I was young. I had even won a fight. That was my happiest memory. Unfortunately, it was only once, just once, her expression darkened. Her voice was faint. Those children's parents told them not to play with me. We grew up together, but they treated me as a jinx. Everyone avoided me and pointed at me behind my back. I knew they were talking bad about me. Li Baoer's eyes slowly turned misty, and a vengeful sneer slowly appeared on her pretty face. There was a family who had a cat, and it was so cute. I couldn't help it, so I just touched it. Just a touch, and that child hit me with a tree branch. He hit me so hard that my hand was swollen for a very, very long time. Ligua gently stroked the back of her hand. The back of her hand was as clear as jade. The scars from her childhood had already healed without a trace. There were no longer any scars on her body. Later on, I caught a wildcat. I want to keep it for myself. Wildcats are hard to tame. If I'm not careful, they'll run away, so I locked it up for a long time and fed it every day. I couldn't bear to eat the food that Dad and Mom saved for me. I saved them for it. I want to raise my own cat, the most beautiful one. Yang Fan gazed at her. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could see the sadness of the girl in front of him. He could feel the hurt she had suffered since she was young. Putting aside the complicated relationship between the two of them, he sympathized with this girl. He knew how painful it was for him to go from a happy family, from a child who was cherished like a pearl in the palm of her family, to a beggar on the streets. Ligua was a proud daughter of heaven. She was the descendant of the emperor. It was obvious that her feelings were deeper than his. What happened after that? Yang Fan could not help but ask. Ligua held her chin in her hands. She foolishly looked at the children who were playing. However, her blurred eyes showed that her thoughts had clearly drifted to a faraway place. After that, the stray cat was trained. I was so happy that I jumped and screamed. I didn't waste my time. I washed its fur until it was shiny and shiny. I even tied a red hair rope that I didn't want to use around its neck and took it out to play. At this point, Li Guo'er's voice suddenly turned cold. She retracted her beautiful hands that were propping up her chin and clenched them into fists. Her nails pierced deep into her palms. But that ungrateful wildcat actually bit me. It actually bit me. I was so good to it, but it actually bit me. Li Guo could not control herself. Her delicate body began to tremble. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Even a natural house cat will go wild sometimes. Moreover, it is a wild cat. Why are you arguing with an insensible animal?" Ligua suddenly turned her head and glared at him. There was a hint of fierceness and hostility in her eyes. This kind of gaze appeared on the face of a young girl. Moreover, it was such a pure and flawless face. It was as if the body of an angel had suddenly been possessed by a demon. Even Yang Fan felt a chill in his heart. Ligua glared at Yang Fan. She enunciated each word clearly. "I treated the children in the stronghold very well. How did they treat me? I couldn't do anything to them. I endured it. That cat, I treated it even better than I treated my parents. How did it treat me? I still have to endure it. In this world, do I deserve to be wronged forever?" When Yang Fan saw her sad and helpless look, a feeling of pity rose in his heart. However, he instinctively felt repulsed by her current expression and attitude. "That's just an animal. Can it be reasoned with?" Li Guo said, "If it can't be reasoned with, then there's no need to be reasoned with. It just needs to know regret and fear." Yang Fan frowned and said, "How are you going to make it regret and fear?" Li Guo looked at him. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a strange smile. It was very beautiful. However, it was not playful, charming, joyful, or cynical. The feeling was indescribably strange. It was like a cat playing with a mouse under its paws for a long time. It finally swallowed it and burped contentedly,